Thank you.
Miss Mayor, we're
you.
live.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Today is Wednesday, May 7th. Welcome to our regular city council meeting, and it's really nice to see a full crowd here in our meeting. I wish we had more people here every meeting. That would be really nice. So keep that in mind. Hopefully we can see you more often. So we will start with invocation. Pastor Jackson and Pastor Flores, if you can please make your way up here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank
City
you.
Council, everyone, if you could please rise with us. I'd like to read a psalm in English, and as we are grateful to the Lord for our city, and this week as we honor teachers, and next week as we honor police, law enforcement, let's pray. Jehová es mi pastor y nada me faltará. Gracias, Señor, por esta oportunidad, Señor, para celebrar tu presencia aquí en esta ciudad. Gracias por el liderazgo de la ciudad, Señor, y gracias por esta oportunidad, Señor, para formar una actitud, Señor, para honrar su nombre y a servir su pueblo. En el nombre de Jesucristo. Amén.
Councilmember Lozano, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Oh, I'm so sorry, sir.
Heavenly Father, we just praise you and we thank you for the right and privilege of coming to your throne of grace, Lord God. We are in time where we need you in every area of our lives. We need you in the city of Baldwin Park. We're asking you, Lord God, for your mighty hand being upon the mayor, city council, and all those that are round about her to make this city great. Asking you to put your hand upon the police department, Heavenly Father, and giving them all wisdom and knowledge and understanding in how to handle every situation that is at hand. We're asking you also, Heavenly Father, in touching our children, Lord God. We have a lot of youth that are here, Lord God, that these youth can grow up and be mighty children in this nation, wherever you send them, Lord God, that they'll get the education that they need. Keep them away from gangs and drugs, Lord God, and give them an education. Touch their parents, Lord God, all the parents, Lord God, that they will deal with their children, Lord God, and bring honor and respect within their children and within the home, Lord. We can do nothing without you. Said acknowledge you in all of our ways, and you would direct our path, and we need your divine direction. In the name of the Lord Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that.
Repeat after me.
Allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City clerk signs, may we have a roll call?
Absolutely, Mayor. Mayor Avila.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Damian.
Here.
Member Ayala.
Here.
Councilmember Estrada.
Here.
Councilmember Lozano.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. City Attorney, do you have anything to report from closed session? Yes. Hold the closed session.
Okay,
Sorry, sorry.
real.
I thought- oh. I put mine. How do I get to the top? There you go. Put mine on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session, all members being present. Item 1, conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. An update was given on the Ibarra case and no reportable action was taken. On item 1B, a report was given on the Sendejas case. Direction was given, no reportable action was taken. Item 2, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code 54957B1, city attorney, no reportable action. And public employee appointment 54957B1, chief executive officer, there was no reportable action. And that concludes my report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. Okay, and now we are moving to proclamation.
Madam Mayor, do you mind closing this
Yes,
special?
of course. Can I have a motion to close the closed session, please?
Good motion.
Roll call?
Councilmember Ayala,
Yes.
Councilmember Estrada,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Damian,
Yes.
Mayor Avila.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
And now we go to announcements. City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have an agenda item that we are requesting to add. This is from the Director of Community Services. It is a consent calendar item, approval of agreement with Learning Enrichment After School Program, DBA LEAP, for a summer lunch program. This was an item that came to the attention of staff after the agenda was published. And the reason was that there was uncertainty surrounding the funding for this program from state and federal sources. After the agenda was posted, the vendor notified staff that there was an imminent deadline that requires approval of this item this evening. Government Code Section 54954.2B2. Under that, the council needs to make a determination by 2/3 vote of the members present that there is it's two parts. There is a need to take immediate action, and the need for action came to the attention of the agency after the agenda was posted. So at this point, we would need a motion to approve the request to add this consent item, to make those determinations, and a second, and then we'll take a vote.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Can I have roll call, please, to add the item?
Councilmember Ayala,
Yes.
Councilmember Estrada,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Damian,
Yes.
Mayor Avila.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you for that. Thank you, City Attorney. Now we move on to proclamations and commendations and presentations. The first presentation will be done by Councilmember Danny Damian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first is the proclamation declaring May 2025 as Older Americans Month, presented to Rosalinda Sally Jean Ong, a 2025 Older American Citizen of the Year honoree. And the proclamation reads as follows. Older Americans are among our greatest treasure, providing invaluable links to the past and wise counsel for the future year. And the gift of longevity will ensure that today's and tomorrow's seniors will continue making significant contributions to our families by giving of themselves freely and by sharing their wisdom and experience. And it is important to acknowledge the contributions older individuals have made to our economic well-being in our communities and in the workplace. Through civic leadership and mentoring, the seniors of tomorrow will be increasingly multicultural and multi-generational, more diverse socially, ethically, and economically than past generations. And an expanding elder population will profoundly impact every facet of our lives, redefining our ideas of work, retirement, and leisure, altering our housing and living arrangements, challenging our health care systems, reshaping our economy, and altering social and public policy. And the opportunities and challenges that await us as we begin a new chapter in human history require our continued commitment to the goal of ensuring that our senior citizens may enjoy active, productive, and healthy lives, and do so independently, safely. The Declaration of Older Americans Month coincides with the recognition of May as Older Americans Month by the President of the United States, with this year's quote, "Flip the script on aging," that represents the honoree. The proclamation is presented to Rosalinda Sally G. Ong, a volunteer that has served the community for nearly 29 years. Now therefore, Alejandra Avila, Mayor of the City of Baldwin Park, along with Mayor Pro Tem Daniel Damian, Council Members Jim M. Ayala, Emmanuel J. Estrada, Manuel Lozano, City Clerk Christopher Sines, and the City Treasurer Joanna Valenzuela, do hereby proclaim May 2025 2025 as Older American Month in the city of Baldwin Park and urge all residents to participate in appropriate ceremonies honoring these wonderful men and women that serve our community.
Sally, will you come up here, please?
Sally.
Come up here.
As Mrs. Ong is coming up, I'm also gonna present her with the plaque, and I'll go ahead and start reading this because it's also long. The city of Baldwin Park is honored to award Ms. Rosalinda Sally Ong as the 2025 Older American Citizen of the Year honoree. Prior to coming to the United States of America, Ms. Ong obtained her teacher credential in Cebu, a province of the Philippines. She was an elementary school teacher at first volunteering for no pay and eventually teaching for 15 years. Since then, the city of Baldwin Park has been her home for the past 45 years. Ms. Ong has been a dedicated educator in her community, serving as an instructor for the Baldwin Park Unified School District Adult and Community Education Program for nearly 24 years, and working closely with the Julia McNeil Senior Center pre- and post-retirement. She was instrumental in introducing and teaching the ancient Chinese martial art of Tai Chi at the Adult and Community Education Program, as well as leading a new Tai Chi class at the Julia McNeil Senior Center and eventually teaching students to lead the class. Ms. Ong, more commonly known as Sally, shares that for Tai Chi, as long as you have music, everyone can join. Also, during her time with the Baldwin Park Unified School District, she was an advocate and leader in launching a Lunar New Year celebration. This special cultural celebration began as a collaboration between the Baldwin Park Unified School District and the City of Baldwin Park Recreation Community Services Department. The Lunar New Year event has become an annual event that the community looks forward to, and the most recently in 2025 hosted nearly 200 attendees to celebrate and enjoy amazing and inspirational performances by several community dance groups with interpretation provided by Ms. Ong. Sally is a regular participant at the Senior Center and enjoys the sewing and design class, drawing class, and music and brain health class, among many other activities. During the holidays, she volunteers to prepare decorations for the Senior Center Holiday Parade, flow, and performs with the Senior Center Christmas Caroler group at the Baldwin Park Annual Tree Lighting Celebration. Ms. Ong continues to renew her teaching credentials and tirelessly seeks opportunities to educate older adults. Her dedication to empowering older adults is inspirational. Let's give Ms. Ong a round of applause. And then I'll give this mic over to, you want to come over?
Well, good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public, and Sally. We have a certificate of recognition on behalf of Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio, congratulating you for your 2025 Senior of the Year. Your hard work and dedication have paid off. So we want to present the certificate and congratulations and keep it going.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, this one is heavy. Yeah, thank you. I put it together. What?
Yeah, here, come, get over here.
Oh, smile.
Thank you very much.
One more picture.
All right, Sal.
Congratulations. Birthday.
Let's give our senior a big hand once again, please. That is the kind of energy we have at our senior center. If you haven't been there yet, stop by and visit them. They are amazing. And now for our next presentation, Mr. Estrada. I'm gonna have you do that and then we'll do that one.
All right. We're gonna ask Sensei Tony Mojica to join us at the dais.
Tony. What up?
And your family too. We can take a nice picture. However many fit up here. A lot of people want to do it right here. Maybe the dojo's gonna have to come over here.
Yeah,
Well, Tony can come up here because we have to see the.
we'll do a picture and then your class can stand next to it.
It's always.
So just bring.
You guys ready? Hey. I'll say something nice about. Oh, they're gonna.
Oh, they want to put it in the front.
Stand over here by Diane.
Tony, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? Good.
Yes, have them stand right there in the front. That way we can see them all.
Congratulations. Thank you for everything. For continuing it. Carrillo. It is all naturals. 7 people.
When are you guys going to Chicago? July.
By June, and then it'll be nice to be going to South Florida in July.
Oh,
If you can stay in.
I'll be in Chicago in July. So I was like, if it lines up, I'll stop by.
Why not?
Your family?
My brother come with you? Right here. Sure. The little one, you can't see him from. Yeah. There you go.
All right, ready? All right. Oh, we're recognizing Sensei Tony Mojica from Mojica Judo Club in the city of Baldwin Park and for receiving Best of the Best Community Hero Award. So congratulations on receiving the award from the California Parks and Recreation Society District 13. We thank you for your 30 years of dedicated service in the city of Baldwin Park. You have been an extraordinary leader and coach and have committed countless hours to train and discipline each person that attends your club. We commend you for being the community hero to your dojo and to our community. May 7th, 2025, on behalf of Mayor Alejandra Avila, Mayor Pro Tem Daniel Damon, council members Jean M. Ayala, Emmanuel J. Estrada, Emmanuel Lozano, Christopher Sines, City Clerk, and Joanna Valenzuela, City Treasurer.
Thank
Thank you.
You know, I'm very blessed and I'm very honored to stand up here. I don't think anybody knows what it feels like. Go through life, basically. I went through many years in I'll see the yellow bus, special eds, I had a learning disability for about 5 years, and it was hard for me to speak. And a lot of people didn't think I was going to even make it to be able to talk very well. But I learned to overcome that, and I learned judo, and it helped me get beyond my imaginations. I didn't speak to, no one even knew I existed all the way through high school. And I told myself that I wanted, when I was 15 years old, I said, I want to get a Leatherman jacket. And I got myself a Leatherman jacket with my Olympic symbol. And so it was one of the biggest accomplishments to go on to the Olympic trials and come in second. I got to raise the most beautiful family. Then I went on to become the Olympic coach in 92. Started Baldwin Park in 95. And was the greatest thing. I've been with Baldwin Park for over 30 years now. Known Manny Carrillo for 35 years. And this is my family, my extended family. And I could not do anything without my wife, Martina, my assistant, Emma, all these young people here. And it's not about the awards, trophies, and anything else. They're all good kids who all become good citizens, productive lives. We just came from the Nationals. We had 7 players that went on, and they went on to, they're going to go to Chicago. We have players that are going to go on to Florida. But I want to pursue their dreams. Don't ever give up on your dreams. I just want to say thank you. And this is one of the greatest awards I ever had. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello again. I had the privilege of meeting Tony about 10 minutes ago. And when I came in, I recognized him because of his shirt. So I knew who he was, but he didn't know who I was. So when I introduced myself, I told him congratulations. And he said, what did you give me? And this is what I gave him here. So on behalf of Assemblywoman Rubio's office, congratulations on being recognized in this year's Best of the Best Awards by the California Parks and Recreation Society. This well-deserved recognition is a testament of your hard work, and it's inspiring to many people in our community. Keep up the excellent work, and best wishes for future success.
Okay, and now we have a presentation for California Parks and Recreation Society District 13 Best of the Best Award. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. California Parks and Recreation Society CPR's Creating Community Awards of Excellent Economic Vitality. Who is presenting? If you can come up, and we can have all of RCS up here, please.
Good evening, Mayor Avila and council members. My name is Kyla Brown, and I am the past president for the California Park and Recreation Society. And it is my honor to be here today to present the CPRS Award of Excellence to the City of Baldwin Park. CPRS Awards Program acknowledges remarkable achievements in several areas, which include facility design, park planning, marketing and communication, as well as community improvement and programming. And your program not only met, but exceeded the highest standards for excellence. This year, there were 135 applicants for awards. Only 40 were awarded, and Baldwin Park is one of only 9 agencies that received it in the category of creating community. So congratulations on that feat. This award is for Baldwin Park's summer concerts and downtown street market, and it's in the economic vitality category. And I want to congratulate your entire community because this award wouldn't be possible without the involvement of your community who have consistently supported and attended the summer concert in the park and downtown street market. Congratulations.
Thank you. If I can have you come up here with our RCS staff, because as she mentioned, we were presented an award out of so many cities. This staff, I don't know if anybody has attended our parks, our concerts. This team is amazing. They do everything possible to make sure that every corner is covered and that we have a great venue for everyone to enjoy. Come on up here, please. I want to have Manny Carrillo right here. Here's our Parks and Recreation Director to say a few words to start off.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. I'd like to thank the community for participating in the concerts and downtown street market. But in particular, I would also like to thank all the different departments, Public Works, Police Department, for keeping the event safe. And last but not least, Recreation Community Services staff, the heart and soul of the city. Thank you very much for all the work that you do. So at this point, we will take a photo.
Thank you.
We have one more presentation from Assembly, and she gave me this plaque, but I think Manny and your team, you deserve this.
Thank you very much.
So I have 2 certificates that I'm presenting right now. So one is for Parks and Recreations, and the other one is for the City of Baldwin Park for their Southern California Association of Government Awards. So for Parks and Recreations, on behalf of the Assemblywoman, we want to congratulate you on being recognized in this year's Awards of Excellence by the California Parks and Recreation Society. Thank you for bringing recreation programs like summer concerts that celebrates our culture and heritage in our community. I appreciate your continued commitment to the city and residents. Best wishes for future endeavors.
I will. And this award, as you saw, goes to Parks and Recreation, but I'm just going to say something that Manny would normally say. It wasn't just his team. It was all of the teams here in Baldwin Park because our PD was out there or is always out there. Our Public Works Department, everybody steps in for these programs to make sure that we are safe, that it is clean, and that the services are provided. So Manny, you are correct. It is a team. Where did you go? It is always a team, not just one department. Thank you for always reminding us of that.
Thank you very much.
One more. We have a lot of presentations, a lot of good things happening. Okay, so this proclamation, it's our 56th annual Professional Municipal City Clerks, May 10, 2025, May 4th, excuse me, 2025. Whereas the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, I'm like Mr. Lozano now, I can't read. A time-honored and valid part of local government exists throughout the world. And whereas the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between citizens, local governing boards, and agencies of government at other levels. Professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Professional municipal clerks serve as the information center on functions of local government and community. Municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk. Now, I, Alejandra Avila, Mayor of the City of Baldwin Park, do recognize the week of May 4th through 10, 2025 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week and further extend appreciation to our professional municipal clerks and all the professional clerks, the vital services they perform, and their exemplary dedication to the communities they present. Again, this day, May 7, 2025, and we have, where are they? Where did they go?
Right here.
Oh, we have Shirley, our deputy city clerk, and we have Christopher Sines, our elected city clerk. This is your proclamation. And Chris, we didn't get you flowers. We got Shirley.
Thanks.
But thank you for all the work that you do. I know that the work you did, I was a city clerk at one point, and it's anima. If you have not ever worked in that department, you really have no idea what it entails. And there's a lot of confidentiality. There's a lot of work behind that seat to get this meeting going, to make sure that everything is correct. The T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. There's so much. I appreciate everything that you do and that you're always looking to learn and bring in new ideas to make it even better here in Baldwin Park. Thank you, the both of you.
So thank you so much, Mayor Avila. I do want to acknowledge Shirley and all the work that Shirley does over the past few months and maybe even a year. Our team shrank from 3 employees to 1 full-time employee, and Shirley is handling everything, and we're certainly going to work on finding her some help. But she's doing incredible work for our community, helping us push our increased transparency, and helped us bring a lot of with the support of the City Council. We were able to bring several softwares online that are helping improve transparency for our community. Also want to recognize that just recently, Shirley earned her Certified Municipal Clerk certification. After many years, and it's a very sought after recognition in the community. So thank you so much and congratulations.
We have a presentation from Assemblywoman Rubio's office. Ms. Veronica.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Avila, council staff and audience. I am Veronica Lopez, and I have the honor of recognizing Ms. Shirley Quinones for her dedication to the city, as well as Mr. Christopher Science. So on behalf of Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio, the state legislature, and myself, we thank you both for your exemplary dedication and commitment the commitment you bring to the office of city clerk, especially during election season. City clerks around the state do so much more than just election management. They ensure transparency and accountability, and they play a vital role in ensuring the city functions effectively. Congratulations, city clerks, on this recognition. Thank you to both of you. I call you my friends.
Okay, I don't know. Yeah, what I'm saying. Let me see. Okay, that goes there. This, Armas. First.
We have a lot of great people in Baldwin Park and a lot of great things happening. Thank you, everyone. And as soon as our city clerk sits down, we are ready for public communications.
Yes, Mayor. So we have first I want to acknowledge that we have a public hearing for items 9 and 10. So those speaker cards are being left for the public hearing. So at this point, I have one speaker card, and that is for Julie with the Baldwin Park Library.
Well, good evening. I thought my last time here would be my last time, but it's not. So, and in fact, I will be back on the 21st and that's my last week. And so I won't be back after that. You won't see me. Okay. So, just want to come and talk about some of the programs coming up. Of course, I mentioned last time, summer reading starts June, and we will also have lunch at the library for kids Tuesday through Friday from 12 to 1. They can check at the library. And now I have to do the most important program first, which is the children's program. So we are going to take a trip down under this Saturday, and we're going to talk about some animals from Australia. We're going to make a platypus, a croc, a kookaburra, and a kangaroo. We also have for the teens, we have our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and we're going to do DL lamps from India. We also have for the teens, if they want to do volunteering during the summer, they can come in to the library, get an application, and Miss Irma is going to be having a teen orientation on June 7th for teens that want to volunteer. Let's see. And Irma will also be doing an Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Can you say that fast? Origami Crane Mobile. So that is for adults. And we also have the Valley County Water District coming, and they're going to be talking about career opportunities. So everybody can go onto the website. They can check under Baldwin Park and see when the programs are. And if they need to be registered for them, it'll tell them that. Mine, I don't do registration because I think any kid is welcome. So, and And I think that's it. I'll be back on the 21st. And then my last day is the 24th.
All right, so, Madam Mayor, so at that, we meet on the 21st, right? All right, so at that point, that's when they'll do a presentation for Sally. Jefferson.
And if anybody
Yes.
wants to come to my party, it's the 22nd from 1 to 5 at the library.
What, the 22nd? Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm at the library.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Council, Mayor and Council, I just want to also just let you know that Irma sent over the soft copies of all the programming PDFs. Those have been shared sent to your email. Next, I have a speaker card from Able with Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio's office.
Hello and good evening again. Before I continue with my announcement, I just want to take the time to congratulate the city for the SCAC Sustainability Award for reducing homelessness. I did present the city with the certificate of recognition, but I just wanted to go ahead and reiterate the congratulations on behalf of the Assemblywoman. We are having a senior wellness and resource fair on May 17th on the city of Duarte. So this event pretty much it's a health fair for seniors that brings featuring a seniors camp stopper presentation. The event will be on Saturday, May 17th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We do have eye vision appointments that we're gonna be taking. So if anyone would like to go ahead and come out, any seniors 55 and over who would like to take an eye exam, we're gonna have a mobile clinic available. You guys are more than welcome to call our office to make appointments. I also have a flyer. I'll be leaving it here today. You can go ahead and get it, scan the QR code, and you can book your appointment. And for more questions, you guys can call the office of Assemblywoman Rubio, and we'll be happy to provide you with more information on that. Thank you very much.
Mayor, we received a message to give a phone call, so I'm going to attempt one call. Hi, is this Marlon?
Yes.
Hi, this is Chris Sines, City Clerk for the City of Baldwin Park. You have 3 minutes and go ahead and speak.
I wanted to call in on behalf of Miss Shima and her potential project in the Baldwin Park area. First of all, it's an honor to have this opportunity to speak. And I was just very moved by Sensei Tony and his judo dojo, because he represents many of the similar qualities of Ms. Shima and what she has done mentoring young people. I've known her for over 15 years. I am an educator. I'm an athletic administrator and teacher at St. Genevieve High School, where education-based athletics is at the foundation and core, along with character education. And Ms. Shima represents these qualities. Her qualities of mentoring not only young girls into beautiful young women, but to all children, to allow them to have opportunities to grow, to be mentored, and using it through the sport of soccer. She has been an incredible mentor. She inspires me weekly, if not daily, with the things that she does for young people, wanting to create community for young people. And I think she would be an incredible asset to the community of Baldwin Park, because it's the core of our youth for the future, to have opportunities, to have a safe opportunity, and to dwell the way that Sensei Tony has developed for his students at his judo dojo. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of Ms. Shima this evening. She is an incredible educator and will do wonders for children in the community of Baldwin Park.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
So again, Mayor, we have 10 speaker cards for items 9 and 10 that will call up during the public hearing. That concludes all speaker cards received.
Thank you for that. Do we have anyone else in the audience that needs to come up and speak on anything besides item 9 and 10? We'll have a special area for that. There's no one to speak. I will now close public communications. Oh, you do? Okay.
Good afternoon. Good evening, council members. My name is Teresa Tapia, and I'm currently residing at the Serenity Homes Family Shelter. I'm here to share my family's painful experience with the family shelter system. After 2.5 years of hard work and dedication, my family is being thrown out into the streets without any warning. During my time in the shelter, I have done everything that was asked of me. I set goals, I set and accomplished my goals. I worked incredibly hard to secure 2 sources of income. I believe that my efforts would lead me to stabilize to my family being housed. But instead, we're receiving a termination letter. I received a 30-day termination letter from the program. It hurts to know that the funding that is meant to help families like mine from the agencies from the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authorities is being mismanaged. They say that there's no guarantee of housing, but I know that the funds they receive are designed for permanent housing for those experiencing homelessness. I have given everything to this program. I went in with hope for a better future for my daughter, but yet now we're faced with being homeless again. My daughter doesn't even know what's going on. How do I explain this to her? She sees other families being housed, and she just asks, why haven't we been housed, Mom? What's going on? I was present here in the last meeting, and you assured me that someone was going to reach out to me. Nobody reached out to me. However, I haven't heard from anyone, and I also contact the coordinator who oversees this shelter for the city of Baldwin Park at the Terry Center. I went in person. I left a written message with my contact information. I also left an email and still haven't received any response. The lack of communication adds more to our despair. But I stand here today, not just for myself, but for all the other families caught up in this broken
I'm sorry.
system. Sorry.
I'm sorry, your time is up, but
Okay.
I can collect your contact information on this side if you like.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that needs to come up and speak? If not, I will go ahead and close public communication. May I have a motion to close public communication, please?
A motion?
I hear a second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Ayala,
Yes.
Councilmember Estrada,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Damian,
Yes.
Mayor Avila.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now we are moving on to consent calendar.
Madam City Clerk? Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and move consent calendar.
I will go ahead and add to consent calendar item A, approval of agreement with Learning Enrichment After School Program Incorporated, DA LEAP, for the summer lunch program. So we have a motion to move consent calendar item 1 through 6. Do I have a second, or does anybody need to move any items? Does anyone need to pull anything before we approve it? No?
No.
I have a second?
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
I apologize, Mayor. Do you mind repeating the motion? Who motioned and who second?
Mr. Lozano motion, and Ms. Ayala second.
That's for items 1 through 6A or just 1 through 6?
6A.
6A. Councilmember Ayala,
Yes.
Councilmember Estrada,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Damian,
Yes.
Mayor Avila. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Now we are moving to reports of officers. Item number 7. Final feasibility report for grade separation at Ramona Boulevard and the Metrolink Railroad. Do we have a presentation for that?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I may just open up the item here for just a brief reminder how this came to be. It started just with an idea. It started actually with a discussion, a video discussion, because we had just come out of COVID. Councilmember Estrada had arranged a meeting with the CEO of LA Metro, and in that discussion, many things came out of it, but one of the things that came out was this grant, in effect, a pledge from LA Metro to conduct a feasibility study of a potential grade separation of Ramona and Metrolink Railroad. And it's a project that seems far away, seems somewhat out of reach, and yet all big projects, or any project, but certainly all big projects begin with an idea and begin with, just a concept. And that's what I believe this is going to become. I mean, the idea is already on the ground. The feasibility study has been completed. And then, in the next 10 years, I think we can see this project come to fruition. But Charles and Brian, thank you, Brian, for coming from Metro. They have worked arduously for the last year and a half on preparing this feasibility study, which Charles is going to share the findings and the recommendations. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Charles Zhang. I'm the Senior Director from LA Metro Regional Rail Divisions, and I'm here to present the findings of the feasibility study that City Manager just mentioned. Just a little background. I think City Manager already covered it, so I'm going to skip that part. And if there's any questions, I have a Q&A sessions towards the end of the presentation. And that will be, I'll be happy to answer any questions within my capacity. Once again, this is a PSRE, we call it Project Study Report Equivalent. For any grade separation projects that if the local agencies want to pursue any future funding grants application, we call it, this is the step 1. So it basically contains some basic conceptual information of the project ideas that the city wants to pursue. And these information will go to any grant application. And for future, and this is kind of like set the foundations for the next step, which is preliminary engineering and eventually final engineering and construction, if the city wants to move forward with the project. Oh, so this is not a control, I guess. Next slide, please. Okay. Yeah. So the project is City of Baldwin Park, Ramona Boulevard, grade separation feasibility technical study. The project team started almost like 1 year from last year. So after 12 months, this is the report, and I'm going to present you with the finding. Next, please. This project is led by LA Metro with our consulting Pacific Railroad Enterprise supporting us on the doing all the groundwork, and City of Baldwin Park is kind of like oversees the entire process, and we have a Metro. We invited Metrolink to be our partnering agencies to share ideas, and we are going to use a lot of their requirement because this railroad corridor is actively used by Metrolink. Next, please. We also work closely with other partnering agencies. That's including California Public Utility Commission, because they set basically the ground rules for all the grade crossing modifications. We also need to interact with U.S. Department of Transportation, because a lot of the work that we are doing, we need to follow their guidelines. And because City of Baldwin Park is located within LA County, and a lot of their storm drain and sewer facilities is under their jurisdiction. So our study interact with that department quite a bit as well. And the bridge that we are proposing is called a follow Caltrans bridge design standards. That's why we also need Caltrans. We follow a lot of Caltrans design criteria, including the roadway and highway design and traffic design elements. Because the railroad track is a shared use between LA Metrolink with Union Pacific, so a lot of Union Pacific railroad design criteria, we also take that into consideration as well. And lastly, but not the least, San Gabriel Valley Council of Government, we did communicate them during our study period on a periodical basis, basically get their input. Next, please. This is the aerial project footprint of the projects. I'm sure you all very familiar with this. Ramona Boulevard is the major east-west thoroughfare across the city, and Metrolink kind of like cut across Ramona at a very skewed angle. And on the southwest side, we have the City Hall located, and we are right next to the Metrolink Baldwin Park Station. So that creates some challenges during our design studies. We have a housing community on the southeast quadrant of the crossing that we try to maintain that and then minimize the impact to that housing community, because they have just one roadway that exit out from Ramona. So that kind of like creates some challenges for us. And then on the northwest quadrant, we have a grocery store and their parking lot. And that's is one of the major retail facilities within the city. So access from in and out from that facilities with the projects, that also take into consideration as well. Next, please. And once again, San Bernardino line is the railroad corridor that we are talking about, is the most busiest Metrolink corridor within LA County in that system. Now, last year when I was here present the kickoff presentation, we have only 38 Metrolink trains passing by. This year, we increased to 44. So, and we can foresee the number will eventually continue to climb when the ridership keep increasing. And Union Pacific, they also operate and share the use of that train corridor. And in average, they are operating like 4 trains through this corridor on a daily basis. And once again, Ramona is the major thoroughfare and major corridor east-west. And anytime something happened on Highway 10, a lot of people are using this as their secondary route when they need to get access to the nearby neighborhood. Next, please. When we prepare the project study report, what we want is to recommend a viable grade separation options for the city to consider. And also, we want to make sure this report is good enough with all the sufficient information for the city to pursue any funding opportunities, whether it's local, state, Caltrans, PUC, or federal. So, and a lot of times we don't want the next step of engineering kind of like flip the whole things around. So that's why when we do the technical analysis, we do almost like a big portion of conceptual engineering that the city can take and proceed to the next phase of the design phase. Next, please. And our objectives is pretty simple and straightforward. Number one, we want to enhance safety for the community. We want to improve the traffic flow along Ramona Boulevard and eliminate any delays because of the railroad train traffic. And we want to prevent any pedestrian, car, trucks, and train collisions of any sense. So these are the fundamentals of our study. Next, please. And the project key concerns, number one, public safety. We are not going to yield on that. And we also consider that our projects will align with any city's future redevelopment plan in the neighborhood. And we don't want any conflict with those redevelopments or not account for. And we keep emphasizing, and I keep repeating myself, we try to minimize any right-of-way take for this project. We minimize any displacement of any residents or businesses in the neighborhood. And we have to maintain Metrolink in service throughout the entire process, whether it's design and construction. And we need to maintain access to the nearby businesses. And lastly, we want an effective engineering. In layman terms, we call it, we need to yield a good cost benefit ratios. Next, please. So on these studies, we look into like 4 options to grade separate the crossings. Number one is having the track or the rail over the roadway, or alternative 2, having the railroad going underneath the roadway. Or we keep the track in place and fly the road over and make an overpass over the rail. Or the last alternative will be having the roadway going underneath the tracks. So all 4 alternatives are taken into consideration in this study. Next, please. Now, this is kind of like a comparison of all 4 options. Now, option 1 is the rail over the roadway, and it's signified by the blue line. And you can tell the project limit is substantial because railroad tracks has a UP has a requirement. The train can only climb 0.5% on the gradient. Now, if we go with the option 2, the rail under the roadway, that's even more challenging because you have to go under a lot of utilities. So on a conceptual level, we figure out that option required an even longer project footprint. Now, that kind of like violate with the last element that we have is it doesn't yield a good cost and benefit ratio. So we look at option number 3, which is railroad over the rail, the roadway over the rail, I'm sorry, which is signified by the cyan line. You can tell this is longer than option 4. Now, also, option 3, we will have a challenge because all the nearby residents and businesses that within the project footprint, they have an access issue because they cannot get in and out and access into Ramona Boulevard. So that kind of like leave the last one, which is Ramona Boulevard going underneath the railroad track, which yielded shortest footprint, and it seems like that's the most possible design option. Now, as I mentioned earlier, on the lower left-hand corner, we have a Metrolink station. Anything that we touching the railroad tracks, if we want to maintain Metrolink in operation, we have to do something to the Metrolink station platform, which incur additional costs to the project, which I don't think we want to pursue with that route. So that's why, next slide, please. We created like a comparison chart. So on the left column, we evaluate these 4 options based on these criteria. And it's just a comparison between the 4 alternatives. And if it's, say, for example, for the first criteria, safety, if the options provide us with maximum safety, it get a score of 3. Now, if it's not that safe, we give it 1, and vice versa. So if you look at the safety, each one of those, they yield the same safety score. So we give them all at 3. The second one is traffic circulation. Now, like I mentioned earlier, if access becomes an issue, the traffic circulation and access from that residential home tract or access from the shopping mall, if the access gets deteriorated, then it has a lower score. Now you can tell option 3 get the lower score amount of 4. That's why we give them like 1 point, and the rest, they get a score of 2. Now the cost effectiveness, based on the footprint that we just showed you, flying the railroad or touching the railroad, whether it's going over the roadway or under the roadway, it yields the longest project footprint. That's why cost effective wise, they get a low score of 1. And for option 3, we give them a 2. And the most economical way is option 4, which we give them a 3. And for environmental impacts, using the same logic, option 4 has a higher score, while option 1 and 3 get a lower score. And community impacts, option 1 and 3, they score the lowest, while option 4 also score the highest. And constructability wise, like I mentioned, if we touch the tracks, we need to touch the Metrolink station as well. And the city has a very tight railroad corridor. If we need to touch the track or fly over the track, the constructability, it becomes a challenge because it will be quite massive and the neighborhood impacts is going to be significant. That's why option 1 and 2 get a lower score of 1 for constructability, and option 4 got a 3. And visual impacts, I don't know what's your preference. If we are flying a humongous roadway bridge over Ramona Boulevard, how will the community feel? We have noise issues that we need to address. We have access issue that we need to address. And we have a lot of other issues. So I don't think if you are living close by, you want a kind of like a bridge right next to you or above you. So that's why option 2 got the low, option 2, which is like track under or roadway under, that's get a higher score compared with option 1 and 3. And lastly, the impact of railroad operation, we did communicate with Metrolink, and they don't support option 1 and 2 because it affects their Metrolink current operation. That's why they scored a 1. So with all that said, alternative 4 or option 4 get a higher score of 22 compared with the others. That's what the technical analysis focus in, and we try to do more conceptual design on that. Next, please. So the benefit of alternative 4 is it has the least amount of right-of-way impact. It doesn't require any displacement of residents or businesses. And there's no interruption to the existing railroad operation or parking lot operation. And keep in mind, you have an aerial bridge that connects the opposite side of the train station platform to your multi-story parking structure. Anything that we touch the railroad track, that bridge needs to go away and rebuild a new one. So access to access impact to adjacent residents and businesses, option 4, it's the least compared with the other 3. So that's why the design team focus on option 4 for further studies and analysis. Next, please. This is kind of like the general footprint, and you can tell the overall length of the project is plus minus about 2,000 linear foot, and it has very minimal impact to the adjacent intersection. Next, please. And we maintain the vertical clearance of the roadway to the bottom of the bridge and maintain at 16 foot and 6 inches. That meets the PUC, Union Pacific, and Metrolinx requirement. Next, please. The bridge length, though, because we are dealing with a very skewed intersection, you probably, if this project come into reality, City of Baldwin Park will have the longest single-span bridge in Southern California. This is total 230 feet and 10 inches. Even though we break it into two, each span is going to be over 100 linear feet. So we will make records for the city and for the whole Southern California when we bring that bridge in and then erect it up on that day. Next, please. And this is a typical cross sections of the bridge. We propose a steel bridge, and the single track bridge width is about 25 feet plus minus. And next, please. And the roadway, this is kind of like a view if you are traveling on Ramona Boulevard and going down, and then you will see the bridge on top, and you will have retaining wall on both sides, and you will have picket fence on top of the retaining wall for security purpose. And then the adjacent businesses or residents will not be impacted, or the impact will be kept to minimal with that retaining wall. So there will be minimize the amount of grading involved. And then the existing roadway width will maintain, and this is one way for us to get the environmental clearance without much trouble. Next, please. And this is kind of like a cross-section view. At the beginning phase of the project, we need to build a shoe-fly track, so Metrolink will run adjacent to the existing track while we are building the bridge on the right-hand side. So, and then in between, we will put some shoring in. So at one point in time, Ramona Boulevard traffic will need to reroute to the adjacent street during that construction period. Next, please. And this is kind of like a similar view or sample of what it looks like when the project is completed. You will see the railroad bridge on top. The roadway is kind of like a roadway depression underneath, and you have retaining wall on both sides, and then sidewalk on both sides, and same old clear blue sky in California. And next, please. Now, we did mention earlier that we will try to minimize any impacts to the right-of-way, but there will still be some partials that will be slightly impacted. So we identified it on this exhibit. I think the one on Ramona Boulevard on the south of Ramona, that's a city-owned property. Am I correct? Yeah, the south. So the one highlighted green. So right now, that's kind of like used as it's private? Yeah, 4,600.
Yeah, that's private.
That's private. Yeah, unfortunately, they're so close to the crossing, so their access will be impacted. So
sorry, before so for the 14,600 Ramona Boulevard, the strip of land that's in front of it is publicly owned.
Okay.
So I don't know, was that something that was considered in ways to mitigate the impacts?
Well, that's why we tried different alignment options, knowing that's the city owned a little strip. So in terms of like square footage wise, this is like I call it the least harmful take to make the project happen. Next, please. Now, I know that we are cost cautious, so we did a conceptual estimate for this grade separation alternative 4. So it turned out to be about 113 million based on 2025 dollar. But this project, we at this conceptual phase, we put in 30% contingency, which is relatively high. But when we proceed to further into the design, approaching final design phase, that 30% contingency could be gradually lowered to make it more close to reality. And same thing at the I call it the engineering soft course. That could gradually coming down, hopefully. Next slide, please. Now, but we know that this project may not happen immediately, but I just want to show the council a comparison. If we every year, because of inflation, every year the grade separation project will cost more. So we are average out about 6 million every year that we need to, if we need to slide the schedule. So please take into consideration there would be like a slight increment of cost as time goes by. So that's why worst case scenario, if we really need 8 years to think about whether we build the project or not, the project will jump from 113, and we estimate by that time it may go up as high as like 167 million. Next, please. Now, where are we at on this project? I remember last year I was here at the same time and presented the concept to kick off this project analysis. Now we are in step 3. We are presenting the final PSRE to the council. Now, what's next? Next, please. If the city wants to move forward with this project, we highly recommend we will start with the environmental clearance process and do some preliminary engineering. And then we'll move on to final PSNE. And eventually, when the construction money is ready, then we should go out and bid out the project and get it constructed ASAP, because every year that we are waiting, it's going to cost the city another 6 million. Next, please. This is a rough schedule that we put together. Kind of like showed you how long it takes for each phase to complete. The design is about 12 months for environmental purposes. And then getting funding, environmental clearance, design, and then you go to procurement of construction, and then eventually construction. From start to finish, it takes about 8 years. So if we make the move now and make the decision, we are looking at, we will have a grade separation by 2031, 32, maybe. That kind of like conclude my presentation. Next, please. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Wow, that's so interesting. Does anyone have any questions to start?
I just have a couple of questions. So obviously there's a lot that's going to be pending those 6 agencies, and obviously going out and seeking the actual funds. So that's not guaranteed, but I see your start. So you're saying at this point it would be about 113 million. If we wait 8 years, then we're looking at $167 million. And of course, that's pending that those agencies, pending that these grants are accumulated and put together. I think the project would be good. And the mayor did mention something that about the city of El Monte that has an actual, not a bridge that I guess where the vehicles go under, similar to this, which I think would be unique for us. This is definitely a long-term project. I think it'd be great. I don't know how fast or if the funding would be there to be able to just start at the preliminary stage of 113,000. I mean, that's just the only thing. Just want to add, legal counsel, out of curiosity, there's a property. Does eminent domain, can you apply that, being that this is for the greater good of a community, say for the possibility of expanding the project? I just want that to, if you could answer that, please.
Yeah, yes, that would be something, as long as it meets the public good
Thank you. And the only
standard, yes.
Thank you, legal counsel. And the reason I'm mentioning that because obviously that would be another cost factor that probably would be beyond, say, the starting point of 113,000. And besides the 167,000 if we wait 8 years. So I just wanted to mention that and toss that out there. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, being in the grade separation business for over 20 years, my personal recommendation is friendly takeover of the partials is always better than go after eminent domain route.
Yeah, no, of course. And the only reason I'm mentioning that, if that were, obviously we're limited capacity because that was voted out. But I just wanted to mention that if that was the potential. option
Understood.
for
Yeah. I'm glad we are all aware of that.
that. All righty. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any more questions? Any more questions?
No questions. I will, I will say that, you know, it is a good opportunity, especially now considering, I mean, just considering traffic alone now,
I
and
agree.
considering that we're gonna add a street light at Dio, right? Is it not Dio, Puente?
Bogart. Isn't it Bogart?
What street is we're adding the street light for the quiet zone?
Bogart.
Bogart.
Bogart and Downey. Bogart.
So Bogart and Downey are gonna get another street light, and that's only gonna add to the traffic issue there, right? I know that, I mean, this is a costly project. From my time on the COG, I will say that I believe the COG can manage the project itself on the CCPC, I think it's called, which is Capital Improvements Committee, and then we can also find our funding there and get that aid. I mean, you know, and I reference all of our other projects every time we wait or every time we say we don't have the money for it.
It costs more.
The only thing that happens is that we're going to eventually have to do something about it at a higher cost, right? So, I mean, we're at a good time, I think, to explore it further and push for that development. And it's also going to help with downtown traffic and mobility, which is very crucial for economic development.
I just have one question. In your experience, I know it will impact traffic for some period. Do you know more or less how long that traffic will be impacted on that street?
Well, the impact to the nearby traffic during construction, I assume that's what you mean, right?
Correct.
It's heavily relied on the designer, how they design the construction staging. Now, I think the design team who took the task to do the final design, I will highly recommend city staff who work with that design team and bring it up as city's most concerned.
Mhm.
So then hopefully they can find the best option, no matter it's bridge type selection, construction approach, and detour arrangement. All these, they are all tied together. So, but since it's at the conceptual level, we did not look into that in detail because there are many variables. But usually, if you pick the right construction approach and minimize the construction duration, take an example. I think your neighboring city of Almonte, when they build the I-10 overpass over Valley Boulevard, they use the construction approach that they need to shut the street down for only like a few months to get the bridge across. Now, but that one, you're building a bridge over an existing roadway. In our case, we are building a roadway underpass, which it takes time to do the grading, but doesn't mean that it cannot be done. So we, once again, design team needs to put the brains together to look into the construction staging and identify the durations. So there are a lot of variables, or there are many options to approach. In our words, there are a million ways to skin a cat. Depends on what's your preference.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more questions? No. Do we have a motion to move forward with the project?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mayor, just to confirm, this motion is to receive and file the report.
Item 7.
And the other recommendations.
Let me read all the recommendations for you. Item number 7, final feasibility report for grade separation on Ramona and Metrolink Railroad. It is recommended that the city council receive and file the technical feasibility report for the Ramona Boulevard Metrolink Railroad grade separation, also known as Project Study Report, equivalent PSRE, attached hereon. Item number 2, acknowledge that the grade separation is technically feasible at an estimate cost of 167.9 million over an 8-year period with 2025 as the base year. Number 3, direct staff to pursue project development partnership with the LA Metro, Metrolink, Caltrans, SGV Council of Governments, and others. Number 4, direct staff to pursue funding grants with the county, state, and federal agencies, enlisting the support of our elected officials. And number 5, thank you very much, Metro.
You're welcome.
167.9
At 8-year escalation.
at 8-year escalation. That's what the motion was done for.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Estrada, a second by Councilmember Lozano. Councilmember Ayala,
Yes.
Councilmember Estrada,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Damian,
Yes.
Mayor Avila.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
thank you. And now moving,
Thank you.
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate all that presentation. I'm sure it was a lot of work. Moving to item number 8, status and update on the Apex Officer Pro Training Simulator. Do we have anyone speaking on that item?
Yes, ma'am. It's just the staff report that I prepared.
Okay.
Just
So
as I,
it's just recommended that the city council receive and file this report. Thank you.
Mayor, I have some questions.
You have some questions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. go
Thank
ahead.
you. Chief, regarding this item, I read your report.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so I do have some clarifying questions. I do know that the VR training is a virtual reality tool,
Yes, ma'am.
right, to help the officers in situations that they may find themselves and that kind of thing. So there's some information that I needed clarification. So the 198,817, that's inclusive of the equipment from Apex, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I don't think the total amount that I just stated was for all of the equipment, right? Because I believe that from the November 15th, 24 agenda item 5, when you first brought this to us, it stated that the equipment was for 76,623 and some change.
Correct.
Okay, so the extra balance was for those extra consultants or whatever that you had?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just clarifying. And then here within the discussion of your report, it says, it's naming that, the implementation of the training was delayed due to, post-perishable skills program training.
Yes, ma'am.
PSP, and it had some, components that you listed, I believe 4 hours, and it explained what those categories were. And then it said upon completion of the perishable skills program, PSP, then you had supplemental training through Performa Labs,
Yes, ma'am.
which is a mobile application.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, does that work with that, Apex?
No, it doesn't. It's a separate training, but it's part of the training that we're required to do for post.
Okay, that you're required to use from post. So do you know how many received that training or completed the PSP?
I don't have the numbers, but I'm pretty sure that most of the officers did complete the training.
Okay, and when you say most officers, what would you say? 50%, 60%, what?
Probably 80%.
80% had completed that PSP training?
Correct.
Okay, and then that's utilizing the Apex?
No, that's using the mobile app.
Okay, and I remember we had a large discussion about the Apex
Yes, ma'am.
because I felt that there were other programs out there, and we kind of went with this one alone because supposedly it was the best and all of that kind of thing. So it states here in your report that the VRT, which is, I believe, the Apex VRT simulator, was delayed. The training was delayed. It said there was an unexpected restructuring of the Apex officer.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that? What does that mean, unexpected restructuring?
It means that the company is going through some restructuring process, that they're doing their, I guess, their inner workings, I guess you could say, their corporation. They're going through some kind of difficulties with their corporation.
Okay, so like they're no longer in service?
They are in service, but they're restructuring. So they're in the process. There's other company that they're with. I think I mentioned it here. Is GovRed Technology, which is the company that they're under. They're also in part of this as well.
Okay, so GovRed has now like assumed the responsibilities of Apex?
Correct.
Okay, so Apex is kind of like out of the picture.
They're not out of the picture. They're still in the picture. It's just GovRed it oversees or is a parent company.
Okay, they're a parent company of the Apex officer.
Correct.
Okay. The other thing that I noted here, it says the Apex officer notified all of the customers, which I'm assuming we are, of their restructuring and their limiting in offerings and support. And then it says that their simulator has been updated.
Correct.
That it was updated before
Correct.
they like kind of like,
Yes,
dropped
ma'am.
the ball is what I'm saying. So what was the cost of that update? Do you know?
It was part of the program that we received.
That was inclusive of the grant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then it says here, as of April 2025, which is just last month, the VRT simulator was utilized with 7 recently hired.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so those are not the only ones that utilized it?
At this time, we've begun the process of training the other officers, given the work hours and the things that we need to be
Okay.
mindful of.
So from this report, am I to understand only 7 officers have been trained on that VRT,
Correct.
that virtual thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you just told me, okay, so this is separate from your PSP training
Correct.
because PSP training is that Performa Labs?
That's Performance Labs and the post PSP training as well.
Okay, okay. I just find it interesting because we've approved this like some time ago and it was top notch and it was, like stellar program is what I remember Captain coming up here and telling me that it was, the one to have. And now as of last month, we've only trained 7.
Correct. And that it was explained in my staff report that we had to do the post training and the PSP training before we got to this, because that was mandatory.
Okay, and so now we don't have the consultant trainer peoples anymore. So now I'm assuming that the 2 officers listed here are the ones who are training?
Correct.
Okay, which are, I believe it said Izzo and Barrios?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they'll be eventually training all the officers
Yes,
on
ma'am.
it? Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then if there's no other questions from my colleagues, then because this is just recommended to receive and file, Mayor, I'll make a motion to receive and file.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
I have roll call, please.
We have a motion by Councilmember Ayala, second by Mayor Pro Tem Damian. Councilmember Ayala,
Yes.
Councilmember Estrada,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Damian,
Yes.
Mayor Avila.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you for that. And now we are moving up to the public hearing. We are starting with item number 9. First reading and an introduction of an ordinance number 1513 to amend section 15.3.040.070 and 153.070.020 and 153.120.350 and 153.120.360 and 153.120.370 of the Baldwin Park Municipal Code relating to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units and finding the action to be statutory exempt from CEQA. Is there somebody reporting on this?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This item was originally scheduled for the April 2nd, 2025 meeting. And it was continued from at that meeting due to a challenge from an interest group. At that meeting, it was postponed to a date certain, which is today. And the staff and city attorney are still working on our analysis of that, and for that, we're uncertain.
Okay, thank you for that. But since it is in the public hearing, is there anyone here wanting to speak on item number 9 in favor or against it?
Mayor, we have not received any requests.
Thank you very much.
Item number 9.
Sorry, what was that?
We haven't received any requests for item number 9.
Thank you. May I have a motion to continue this item?
I'll make a motion to continue the item.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Roll call, please.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Damian, a second by Councilmember Lozano. Councilmember Ayala,
Yes.
Councilmember Estrada,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Damian.
Yes.
Mayor Avila.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, now we are moving to public hearing number 10. Appeal of the Planning Commission decision to approve a conditional use permit to allow a recreational facility, indoor-outdoor soccer facility use, and a design review application, and finding that the proposed project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, per state CEQA guidelines section 15332, class 32, infill development, location 14412 and 14424 Jonebridge Street. Applicant Trinidad Campbell, case number CP 23-05 and PR 23-21. Who will be presenting item number 10?
I will,
Thank
Madam
you,
Mayor.
sir.
IT, if we could please have the presentation. Next slide, please. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the of the City Council. And before you is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval for a conditional use permit application and design review application for a new soccer training facility located at 14412 and 14424 Jonebridge Street. Next slide. The zoning for the property is industrial and it is surrounded by properties developed with industrial uses, with the exception of the single-family residential properties to the south. Next slide. The next two slides are provided for context as well. The first slide shows an aerial photograph that shows industrial buildings and the adjacent residential homes. Next slide. This slide shows photos of the existing building and surrounding area. Next slide. The applicant's proposing to operate at this location a soccer training facility, and the applications needed for this proposal is a conditional use permit for the proposed use and design review for the improvements on their property. Next slide. This slide provides a bit more background about the existing conditions of the building on the site. Next slide. A conditional use permit is the principal application for the City Council tonight because it includes the analysis of whether or not the use is appropriate for the zone, and if so, under what conditions. Which is recreational facilities require approval of a conditional use permit for the municipal code. And the former building on the site was general office contractor and which did not have any entitlements associated with the business. Next slide. To understand the use proposed, the plans must first be understood. The first plan is the existing site plan, and this shows the existing conditions. The next slide. This plan is the proposed plan. It shows an aerial view of the site once it will be developed. Notable on this plan are the setbacks which are 0 on the side, 10 at the rear, and between a variation between 5 and 8 at the front. Next slide, please. The first floor plan shows that the interior of the existing building will be remodeled to a large soccer field, and that there will be 39 parking spaces and drive aisles. Next slide. Second floor plan shows that there will be 3 smaller fields, a practice area, and a meeting room with accessory rooms. Next slide. The elevations show that show the exterior aesthetics of the project. Wood siding will be added as a decorative detail on the front elevation, and black fencing with padding will be on the inside of padding on the inside of the fencing will screen the field area. Trees will be planted at the rear elevation and and that will help create a visual buffer. Next slide, please. Before I discuss the merits of the project, I would like to introduce you to some of the concerns raised by the appeal. And that is, some of those issues are pertaining to conditional use permit compliance. And the next is site suitability. There's going back one, in regards to conditional use permit compliance, the appellant states that the project does not comply with key elements of the zoning code. On the topic of site suitability, the appellant states that the facility is too large for the site. In terms of the next point made is pertaining to compatibility with surrounding uses. The appellant states that the soccer facility is incompatible with the industrial use and residential uses next door. And then the next point made is that there'll be the impacts made to the utilities and safety. The claim is that there'll be a negative impact on public services. The next point is made is in regards to parking and access. The appellant claims that there'll be inadequate parking and there'll be impacts to the neighborhood. Also, a point is made in terms of general plan consistency. That's a claim that the project's not consistent with the general plan. Another point was made on design review, that the design is not compliant with our regulations. And lastly, the appellant also claims that the CEQA finding is not correct. So with all that in mind, I would like to begin staff's review of the code and how the project complies. Next slide, please. The staff report addresses, there was many points made by the appellant, and the staff report thoroughly addresses each one of those. And it's important that that I'm going to show you here in the presentation the main points and how the project complies. On the next slide, please. Parking and traffic is the main one, main point made. Just a moment. A total of 39 parking spaces are provided. The required number of parking spaces for the project is 13, which is 1 for each of the instructors and 1 per field. Staff estimates that based on the business operations, that there'll actually be a demand of 26 to 29 spaces, and the project's not anticipated to generate enough additional trips that could result in a traffic impact. And that's coming from, supported by a traffic consultant for that finding. Next slide, please. In regards to noise, Noise was measured at at a similar business operating in Covina, which is a similar operating characteristics. Even though the business was similar, it had characteristics associated with noise, like whistles and amplified musics, that the proposed business will not have. Noise absorbing padding will be used for proposed business, and the padding will be rated to reduce noise levels by 10 decibels. With the use of the padding on the perimeter fencing, the noise levels will be reduced to 49.1, which meets the city's requirements during all the hours that the business will be open. Next slide, please. Light and glare was another key area of code compliance that we looked at. Light is not permitted to trespass over the property line per the city code. And the potential light sources from the project that you should consider would come from the field lighting and also from cars on the in the parking area. And a photometric plan was provided with a staff report, and that shows that the lighting here will be in compliance, that the lighting will stop at the property line. An existing block wall is existing at the property line. That existing wall will remain, and it's a key component to blocking out light from vehicles in the parking area. Next slide, please. I'd like to point out some notable conditions of approval. And you'll notice here that there's a difference between font colors here. The black are the original conditions of approval, and the red ones are the ones that the Planning Commission either amended or added to make this project a bit stronger, a bit more robust in terms of making sure there's no impacts on the community. So to go over these conditions of approval, G and H, don't allow walk-in tournaments or walk-ins or tournaments. Condition K doesn't allow outdoor music, microphones, whistles, or horns, all of which could cause noise disruptions. Condition of approval number letter L, all exterior field lights for the business must be off by 10, and the training programs must stop by 9:30, and the operations must stop by 10. E, the business shall erect signage that restricts parking to patrons and their parents and guardians and employees. So that's also to make sure there's no impacts on traffic and parking in the area. Condition of approval I, the facility purposes will remain for training only and will limit uses to what is stated in the business plan. That is important because it does bind the use, does bind this approval to what was actually stated in the business plan. They must adhere to that. And D, condition of approval D, training shall be limited to individuals between the ages of 5 and 17 years. Again, this is per the business plan. This is for training for children. Next slide, please. CEQA determination is important also for you to consider. It's one of the requests before you tonight. This project does qualify as a Class 32 exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and that is the exemption for infill development. In your report, you'll find a detailed technical analysis that supports this exemption. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I've demonstrated over the course of this presentation that the proposed use is appropriate for the property in the industrial zone. And with the tighter conditions added by the Planning Commission, approval for the project is warranted. Staff is recommending that the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the decision by the Planning Commission, approving City Council Resolution 2025 -08 for the approval of CP 2305 and PR 23-21 with one additional condition of approval. And that is that you'll see that on the next slide. And then, and also we recommend that this city council find that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to the Class 32 exemption. Next slide, please. This is the additional condition of approval. I know it's a bit small here on the slide, but this is an indemnification for the city. And this is an additional condition that has been provided to the applicant. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation. I'm open for any questions you may have. Please.
Thank you, Nick, for that detailed presentation. Now I will ask my colleagues, do you have any questions or comments? Yeah, just for the staff, just for Nick.
So Nick, I do have a question regarding the setback. What does our municipal code require the setback to be?
We're talking about, well, it doesn't require a setback on the sides. And so a zero side setback is proposed and a zero is provided. Along the rear, a 10-foot rear yard setback is required for 1 story, and that's what's provided.
Do we know what the current setback is now from the proposed project to the closest property line?
It's farther up because that building does not extend all the way to the rear of the lot. So I could find it in just a moment. $40 feet 6 inches.
How many?
40. The existing building to remain, that has a setback of 40 feet 6 inches.
40 feet. Okay, that's what I wanted to get. Perfect. Thank you, Nick.
All right. Yeah, Nick, I have a couple of questions. First, could you please the actual photo of that particular area?
The aerial photograph?
Yes. Do you have it? Aerial. Can you please, someone
yes.
see it up there, please?
IT, can you put up the presentation once more, please? We are.
So the question I have, so just the residents or guests that are here today, so this is going to be on top of the rooftop, so that's going to be converted into the actual soccer. Is that what we're doing here, right?
Right. So these are elevated soccer fields,
Elevated soccer
and then the parking will be below them.
Okay. So you said that there is an CEQA exempt under 32. Could you explain that?
Yeah, the Class 32 CEQA exemption is for infill development. It's intended for proposals where it's the project's surrounded by existing city. It's already impacted through and it's infill. So it's not property that's never been developed before. It's a redevelopment of urban property. That's the intent of the Class 32 exemption, and there are limits, but and the way that those limits are categorized by the Class 32, it does require special studies to be done for traffic and noise and air quality, which were done and were included with staff report.
And it abuts or it's adjacent to some homes in that particular area.
Right. So the subject property shown with the red box around it is on Joan Bridge. The street to the south is California, and those are that is single family residential.
And the requirement you stated earlier of actual vehicles that can park in that particular parcel is how many vehicles?
So the parking requirement required 13, but one of the important things with a conditional use permit is that it allows you to look at beyond just the strict parking per code. It allows you to look at the business operations, which we've done here. I think per the actual business operations, staff expects there to be an actual demand more like 26, 29. But 39 spaces are going to be provided. It should be more than enough.
A couple of questions. The other one I have, so they're not allowed to use whistles. Is that what I'm hearing? Or at a particular time?
That's correct. We have a condition of approval that will prohibit that.
I don't mean to laugh, but that's going to be interesting. I mean, I don't know how you would, because it's a soccer game, so you utilize things like of that nature, but
Well, it's meant for, it's,
Yeah,
I don't know that it'll
exactly.
be a soccer game. This is meant for small group training.
of course.
So, and our applicant is here, business owners here. And I'm sure she would be happy to explain
Oh,
that,
yeah,
how that
and-
works.
And I'm definitely looking forward. There, I want to be able to have an opportunity to see the one you said. There's one in Covina.
It's a similar use in Covina.
Excuse me?
There's a similar use in Covina. It's not exactly the same. As I mentioned, that there are some important differences, like especially in terms of their methods and noise. So this is going to be a less impactful use.
And is the one in Covina, is it an industrial park area or is it in residential or what's it? Let me just ask, is this the same company that's sponsoring?
It is not.
It is not. So it's totally different. So it's run by a different organization, company, whatever the case is?
Yes.
Okay. Do we know what the difference is?
Well, it's differences. They'll run it differently. I think the best person to answer that would be both our environmental consultant and the applicant. They're both here. They're more knowledgeable on that point.
Just kind of curious. Obviously, this is a very unique type of proposal. And all right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Other questions? And just to make clear, you already said it, it's a training facility only, so they will not be having games, meaning a game starts at 9 o'clock in the morning per se, and then 2 hours later, another game starts. Is there gonna be like a scheduled hour for the teams to train? And what time would be the start time? I know you said 9:30 they have to finish. Is there an idea of when the start time that would be? And maybe I can ask the applicant that once they come up.
You can
Once we have
certainly
that.
ask the applicant that, but it also included in the staff report is an actual schedule for their training.
Yes.
And it's, like I said, a small group training. They will be on a schedule, and it's primarily after school hours for kids. It's for after school hours on the weekends when kids are available.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on to the presentation from the person appealing, is there any disclosures from my colleagues up here regarding this item?
No.
If I can have the person appealing the project come up and present, please.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and your efforts. I also want to, before we get started, I want to thank Miss Shirley Quinones. She really helped us navigate through this appeal process. And also I have problems hearing, so she was able to get the closed captioning for us. It's wonderful. Thank you so much. She totally deserves that. I think we'll need it, yeah. All righty. So my name is Susan Cole. And this is Mary Bell Canales. We are neighbors. Actually, her parents own the house next to us, so they're here tonight. I don't live in the house now. I grew up in that house, went to Baldwin Park High School, St. John's, Pleasant View. And my son and his wife live in it now. They just had a new baby though, so they get a pass. So I'm here along with my neighbors and also we had people who sent in letters. I think you received those also. And because we definitely oppose this soccer facility. Now, the use seems like a fabulous use. And the applicant is actually already conducting this use without a business license in that building. And until this came across our counter that she wanted to expand the building, we hadn't had any problems with it. We hadn't really even noticed it. I think the Canales has noticed it more because they happen to be outside more. So the real problem here is the building. And my house, along with the Canales' house, are the three properties that are right behind it. The Gutierrez's, Mr. and Mrs. Gutierrez couldn't be here tonight either. They're older. So we have to be honest with you, unlike the applicant who seems to have a lot of resources, we're just plain old people. My parents bought our house in the 1960s. Olivia's family has been there for over 30 years. Vicky Ho, our other neighbor, is a more recent immigrant, and she bought her house though 10 years ago. And unfortunately, she couldn't be here tonight either. She's working. She has 2 kids in college, so she has to do a lot of work. Our kids, we went to school here. Our kids went to school here. We are just people who the applicant's attorney called without any specialized expertise or qualifications. We're just trying to determine if this proposed project will benefit or harm our families. I'm sorry I have to read because I'm a little nervous. Thank you. We're just hardworking, everyday people, people who saved up to buy or rent a home in Baldwin Park where they can raise a family, earn a living, go to church, send their kids to good schools. We're regular people with dreams and goals who want to enjoy the privacy and peace and quiet of our own yards. We want to give our kids a safe haven and a solid foundation for success. We hope to preserve our property equity for future generations. Like I inherited the house from my parents, I'm hoping to pass that on to my children or nieces and nephews. But those dreams and goals are being threatened today by the proposed huge soccer complex facility that the business owner wants to build on the 2 small lots on Joan Bridge. But you, the city council, have in common with us that you're California residents and you vote here and you shop here and you live here. But you took one step further in the responsibility when you expanded your responsibilities to look after the whole city. Being on the city council, I know sometimes might look exciting, but I have worked for cities in the past, so I know a lot of the work that goes into what you're doing. I went back to school, went back to Cal Poly, got my urban planning degree. I worked for 20 years in urban planning. The most recently, I retired from the city of Azusa after being the senior planner for 12 years. So this idea is not unusual to me, and I feel blessed that I was able to explain it to the Canaleses and Vicky Ho and her family so they can see what is shown on the plan so they can interpret how big and how damaging this can be. So we think that legalizing the existing soccer training building through the conditional use permit may benefit a handful of kids, but we don't really see how it's going to benefit most of the soccer players unless they get to an elite level. It's very expensive. She charges, based on her social media, she charges between $65 and $100 a session. And it goes until 10 o'clock at night. So we don't feel that this is really appropriate. The proposed new building, like you've seen, and that we'll show later, they were able to let me do a PowerPoint also. They say that the noise is going to only be below, but in actuality, when you look at their noise reports, it shows that the maximum noise is going to be way above. It's going to be 74.4 decibels, not 49.1. You'll see that on the slide. So we know that the city council is concerned about the health and fitness of the kids in Baldwin Park. I attended one of the meetings you had when you discussed the multi-sports complex that may or may not go up in Pleasant View. So on first glance, this may look like it's a good fit for that, but the reality is that this is so overwhelming and the impacts are going to be so negative for just our 3 houses that I think it may not be a good fit and it may not be the right optics for you to say that you'll put the needs of a business over the needs of the residents. So if I could start my PowerPoint, we'll give you some more information. Actually, this is Maribel Canales, and she probably likes to speak. You want to do it now? Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being open to our conversation today in regards to something that's affecting the community on California Avenue. Unfortunately, I recently found out about this the soccer place that was going on. Now I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a Baldwin Park resident. I am a Baldwin Park Brave. I was an athlete. Okay. I played softball for American, for Eastside, for Lucky Baldwin at one point. So I understand the importance of sports in the community. However, now this is affecting my family. It's not no 10 feet or anything. It's right behind. This isn't the first time that we have spoken here in the council. Mr. Lozano, you probably don't remember me, but me and you spoke when I was 15 years old, right when I was at Baldwin Park, and I sat there and I hit those balls. You went to my game. Okay, I was there. So I understand the importance of sports. I understand the importance of keeping these children in the community. However, I have a brother with a very specific disability. He is a person with a very severe developmental disability. He has cerebral paralysis plus seizures, epilepsy. Any little thing, including a fence with somebody hitting a soccer ball, can put him into a cardiac arrest. So I want all of you guys to understand that. Now we're talking about the life of my brother. Unfortunately, the doctor, his primary, was not able to take him in so that I could bring his medical record, but I will. It's going to happen. And that is why I'm upset. I'm not only upset because you guys are talking about no 10, 15 parts of parking. California Avenue, for those who live there, is mainly residential properties that are rented. We're talking so many people. I'm sure I'm not the only one who has came in and has said anything in regards to the people that live there, the rental properties. There is no parking anywhere. So now if you're going to tell me that you're guys going to come to Joan Bridge and there's not going to be any parking all the way around, and now on top of that, the situation at Pleasant View, which I think is a great thing, and this is coming from an athlete, from a Brave. Yes, I do have a problem. I will bring that medical record. And I do think that me and Miss and Susan need to show you guys this slideshow. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's not good for the community. It has everything to do that what is not good where the basis is, the setback. We live there. I've lived here since I was born, from day one. Okay? This house, the people who actually do live there, not the renters, the ones that live there, have lived there and have their houses, their properties paid off. I want you guys to listen to that part. Okay? You need to understand that a lot of them have not been assessed. A lot of them want to retire there. Now, all of a sudden, they're going to put a soccer field behind there when I have a brother who at any moment, any noise can put him into a cardiac arrest. We have a problem. I am not going to lose my brother because they want to put this quote unquote community soccer space where it doesn't belong. Move it somewhere else. Put it in our window. And I have an autistic son as well. A son that has a lot of motor sensory, who lives also in Baldwin Park. We are Baldwin Park residents. We come here. I've been very, very active with the entire community. I am very, very active when it comes to the police department. I'm very, very active. We've paid our property taxes. We've done all of it. This is the first time that I've sat here, and that's how upset I am at the fact that I understand this is politics, but now we're talking about the life of my brother. Anything that could affect my family when it comes to death, when it comes to a cardiac arrest, just because of his seizures. And I brought him so that you guys can see him. This is not a joke. And this is not something that's for the community. Again, I am an athlete. I have used the community. I have been to Morgan Park. Okay, I used every single absolute resource that was given to us freely as children. I'm 40 years old and I've been here my entire life. I walked to Pleasant View when I was at Lucky Baldwin. I walked to Olive when I was at American. I walked all the way to Elton when they was at Eastside as a softball player. Yes, the sports are important. They are for the community, but it has to be spaced out correctly. My daughter, who is not here unfortunately today, she is also an athlete. She is a travel ball athlete. She is #1 in her league, also in Baldwin Park. Okay, I get it. There's facilities. I have to take her to a facility on a regular basis to do training. Guess what? They're not in communities. So this is right behind my parents' house. I'm concerned about the health, the safety of my brother and my son, the sensory motors. So unfortunately, we could not get a letter of a medical letter from our primary this time, but you guys are going to get it. I already have that set. I am not going to lose my brother over anything because there's noise. And I get it. There's no lies or whatever you guys are talking about right now. However, those balls hit the fences. I saw it. I saw the construction. I'm not an idiot. I saw the construction. I saw what can happen. I've played my entire life and I know the noise that it can happen. And if he wakes up in the middle of the night or in the morning or whatever time on a Saturday morning, and he cannot tolerate that because of his sensory motor, and it puts him into a cardiac arrest, we have a problem. So I'm letting you guys all know, and I will have medical records over it. Go ahead.
Thank you for your passion. Okay, so this is the slide that we have. And like Maribel was saying, this is what they want to build. And it's an interesting design. And if it was in the middle of other industrial uses or even another recreational uses, it would be sufficient. And I think Commissioner Lozano, you asked about the SoFi in Covina. It's on the corner of Barranca and Roland. It isn't near residential. It's next to a commercial and next to a softball field and a school. The closest residential is across the street, across Barranca, which is a pretty broad street. However, those residents, because there's so many people park in their yard trying to get in there, they also don't have a lot of parking. They have to put a sign out there saying soccer people don't come down our street. It's a cul-de-sac. I think you also asked about the conditional use permit and a variance required for the parking. The conditional use permit gives you conditions for the use, but they still have to abide by the parking or get a variance. They haven't applied for a variance. They still have to abide by the Mayor Pro Tem Damien's asked about the rear yard setback. Well, the normal rear yard setback is 10 feet, but there's a special condition in the general plan and in the development code that says if you have and I think I mentioned this before, if you have an industrial property that butts up to a residential property and new construction happens on the industrial property, you have to double that setback. So it should be doubled back to 20 feet. And the existing building right now is 40 feet back. And you'll see on the photos, you can see it a little. But the one they want to demolish is 50 feet back, the one behind the Canales' house. So they want to jeopardize that whole setback. So anyway, so here's the first slide. If we could have the second slide. This is where they want to build it. The yellow is our properties. Mine's the one on the left. It's the littlest house. Then the Canales' house is next. And then the Gutierrez's house is next. Next slide. Okay, so this is how big they want to build it. You can see the existing two buildings right now. They want to demolish the small one on the bottom, and the outline in red is where they want to build. So they're showing 10 feet on the left-hand side is the rear setback, which goes to our houses. On the right-hand side is Joan Bridge. They're going to demolish that little building and put a parking structure all the way to wrap around in an L. And underneath the parking structure, they're going to provide the 39 parking spaces, which is not enough. Next slide, please. Okay, so we had a friend. We didn't employ him, but he did it for free. He is a licensed architect. And so he drew in the true rear elevation because, as you may or may not have noticed on their plans, they show these huge trees that, number one, will take years and years to grow. And number two, they couldn't plant in even the 20-foot setback. You couldn't get in there with a crane to plant them. So we showed without the trees. My house is the house on the left. The Canales' house is the house in the middle. And the other house is the Gutierrez house. This is to scale. So you can see the roof of my house, which is, it's not two-story, it just has an old farmhouse high roof. It doesn't, it barely comes halfway up. This is, my house is about 18 feet. This is 25 feet, but then the grade is up higher on Joan Bridge. So it's actually more like 28 feet. That's what we would be looking at if you're standing on California looking towards the rear of their property. Next slide, please. This is the Canales' house. They have a beautiful, beautiful backyard. You can see that's the corner of the two-story building that they're going to keep. But if you can imagine, they're going to, that's 40 feet back. They're going to come to within 10 feet of that block wall. And then you'll have a sheer 25-foot tall wall there. And that's the wall that the Canales are especially worried about because that's where their son, he spends most of his time out in the walking in their patio. That's how he resolves his anxiety. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the Canales' house. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the side view of the Canales' house. Do you have this on your computers? Okay. Their house is the closest one. Next slide, please. And just for a moment, when we went back, that is to scale. So that's a 6-foot tall person that's drawn in there. Okay, this is the backyard of our house. This is where my son, Nick, and his wife, Amanda, live right now. You can see, we tried to plant bushes there. You can see the little building behind that, but there, once again, once they build their structure, if you approve it, and I hope you don't, you're not going to see anything but a block wall all the way across there. Next slide, please. And this is the same. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our side elevation. We're set a little bit further back than the Canales' are. And, but it's to scale. My house is like 18 feet. Theirs is 25, 27 if you factor in. And you can see it's still just going to be a huge building. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So there are reasons why the city council can deny the project. Now, we didn't hire an attorney, but we had someone who talked to us on a consultant basis. And this is what his recommendation was, that we explain to you why you can deny this without any problems. So I was very, very happy to see that indemnity that the planning department added. So you won't be financially liable. However, that doesn't remove the danger from the Canales' son, from the Gutierrez' son, or from my brand new grandbaby who's going to be sitting out there. The project doesn't meet the development standards of the code, and we'll explain that later. The project is not consistent with the general plan, and we can go into that later too. Also, we'll let you know that the finding of facts for the conditional use permit, they haven't been made, and the finding of facts for the CEQA exemption haven't been made. Next slide, please. Okay, so here is an illustration where the soccer balls come flying out. I'm glad you won't be on the hook, but we will, and we will be in danger. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is nothing new. The applicant's own application letter acknowledges that balls are going to be flying off. Next slide, please. There was an initial study done for when they were trying to get a neg deck. This project has been around since 2023. So in 2023, when they tried to push it through, they did an initial study to try to get a neg deck, but they couldn't make the findings. So then they fell back to the CEQA exemption that you see today. But in the initial study, at that time, an overhead net was part of the project. So for some reason, the applicant has taken that off. But we would say, please, if you, by some stretch of the imagination, have to approve this, at least put in the nets. Next slide, please. Okay, there's another reason why you can deny this. The development standards, they don't meet, the noise is louder, regardless of what the staff report said. You will see in the monitoring field report that the noise, the maximum noise is 74.4 decibels. That's the loudest it's going to be. That's the loudest it was at the Covina location, and that's what it's going to be here. You're not allowed to have any light spillover, and as you'll see by the applicant's own photo light review, that it does spill over. Again, the parking spaces are required to have 151 based on a recreational use, which this is what this is, and they're only providing 39. Now, if they want to get a parking variance, then have them apply for a parking variance, but that is not covered under your conditional use permit. The lot coverage is, as you saw, it's huge. It's 81% of the lot they're going to cover. Everyone else out there can only have 50% of their lot coverage in the industrial zone. The last one is the setback. We already talked about that. Next slide, please. I'm sorry let me know if I'm going too fast. So this talks about the increased noise. You're only allowed to have 55 decibels during the day, which is 7 in the morning till 7 at night. And then from 7 to 10 is considered evening, and you're allowed to go up to 55 decibels. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a comparison chart. On the left is the municipal code that tells you 55 or 50. On the right is the noise that was measured at the Covina location. During the daytime hours, the loudest maximum noise was 74.4 decibels. During the later times, it was 64. I think that's 64.4. They also did a study that they didn't provide to you from a soccer field in Pacoima, and those were also much higher, but that hasn't been included. Next slide, please. Okay, impact sciences. They're again on the bottom. They're the ones who did the recording, but they also wrote this report. Somehow the report says 59.1 decibels. I'm not sure where that came from, but that's misleading. Next slide, please. Okay, so I don't know if you can see this as well, but it was in your packets. This is the actual monitoring that took place at Covina. On the left is the daytime hours where you have the 74.4. And on the right, behind the closed caption thing, I believe it was 64.9. That's for in the evenings. So that shows you that those are the measurements that were taken. Now, I'm sure the applicant might mention to you that on the left, there's another column, and it has L, and it says the top one is EQ for equalized, which means it's an average. The second one is the maximum noise amount, and the bottom is the minimum noise amount. So the development code for the city of Baldwin Park is very specific. It doesn't say an average. It doesn't say you can't be louder than the minus. It tells you the maximum it can be. And the maximum during the day is 55, and the maximum in the evening is 50. These go both over 74.4 in the day and 64.9 in the evening. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. On the impact sciences, when they are analyzing this, for some reason, they put in that padded wall is going to be 12 to 17 feet tall. That's just wrong. Next slide, please. You can see on this slide that the padded sports padding is only going to be 6 feet tall. And the above, this is the applicant's own drawings. Above there is open where the noise and the lights are going to come. And this is facing our property. On the back is facing our property. Next slide, please. The applicant is saying that this is, the padding is going to block some of the noise. It may or may not do that, but it's a temporary padding. It's sewn, this is their own plans. It shows that it's sewn with grommets that you can hang it on the fence and take it down off the fence. So they're going to be smacking around. They're going to be dropped. It's temporary. It can't be considered a permanent noise attenuation. Next slide, please. The applicant has said, well, maybe they can put some special insulation in there. This is the insulation that they're proposing. Number one, it doesn't even exist as an insulation for sports wall padding. Number two, it's used for roofing. And number three, if you do break into it, if a child does bang against it with his elbow, what comes out is toxic. So that is not an option. So next slide, please. And we don't even need to get into that. This just says that, next slide, please. They're also saying that in Covina, there wasn't any padding on the walls, and so they should get extra benefits that they're putting up walls. Well, you can obviously see there's padding on every one of their soccer walls out there. So my point is the actual noise that's going to be generated is 74.4 decibels. You can't fudge that. You can't massage that. And that's what's going to be broadcast out into our backyards during the summer when our windows are open. It's not going to be, it will be very ugly. Next slide, please. Okay, so it doesn't meet the noise section in the code, and it doesn't meet the noise section in the general plan. Next slide, please. Okay, there will also be increased neighborhood light pollution. Next slide, please. So we didn't pay for our own studies. I know their attorney counts that against us. We don't have that kind of money, but we're going off of their own studies, not their conclusions, because unfortunately their conclusions were in error, but we're going off of their own studies. So this is the statistics that show, I hope you can see it because it's not shown much here, but it shows the property line, you will have light. Now it's 0.1 foot candles. That's what they use. A foot candle is equal to a lumen. If you get a light bulb and there's lumens on there, that's what you're looking at. So a foot candle is actually the measurement of the light hitting a square foot of surface. So that's how lighting engineers can measure if light is coming over. Next slide, please. This is a great slide because the red shows where the light is coming through. I'm sorry, this is the top level. If you're looking down onto the soccer field, their own light people provided this for us. You can see where the red is where the light is going to cross the property line. On the bottom, there on top is our house, and then the Canales' homes, and then the Gutierrez' homes. Now, you also notice that there's light around every edge, and the way the development code and the general plan are written, you're not supposed to have any light. Even if it's an industrial zone, you're still not have to have any. You're not supposed to have any. Next slide, please. This is a more dimensional photometric plan. You can see the little blue things are the lights that are going to be installed up there. The planning department staff report said they're going to be installed 12 feet above the parking lot roof. Now the parking lot roof is the bottom right around there. And so you can see they're going to be installed much higher than the 6-foot padding. So the padding isn't not going to blank out any of the light at all. It's going to come right through because this is a mesh, see-through mesh. Next slide, please. Okay, so this project isn't consistent with the general plan because there's spillover, light spillover, and it doesn't meet the municipal code because it is light spillover. So there we're getting to how you can deny this because you're not being able to make the findings that it's consistent. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you, Techman. Okay, there's deficient parking. We talked about the 4 before. This is straight out of the municipal code. Now, if they want to massage it and say, well, this is something different, then let them get a variance and prove that to you because there is no proof here so far. And also one other note, a school use isn't allowed in the industrial zone. So that's why if you're going to call it a school, then it doesn't belong there. If you're going to call it a recreational facility, then you need to follow the requirements of the development code and the general plan. Next slide, please. Okay, this is where we talked about the coverage and the setback. So the lot coverage is 50%. You're only, they're proposing 81%, which is bigger than any other building out there except for the Allen Company. I don't know if you're familiar with Joan Bridge, but the other buildings there, they're light industrial buildings, and they have the original footprint like you would see on here with parking provided in the right ratio. Even the Allen Recycling, the ratio of the size of their building to their property, it's small in relation to their property, not like this. Next slide, please. And this talks about the rear yard setback, and you can see on the top building, the one that's going to stay, it's a 40-foot setback. The bottom building is a 50-foot setback, and they're only proposing a measly 10. Next slide, please. Okay, so we've gone through that. Next slide, please. Okay, the finding of the facts cannot be made for the conditional use permit. So, as I'm sure you're aware, there's specific things that you have to find are true about each project before you can legally approve it. In the first one, you're supposed to say that the project complies with the municipal code. Well, we've just told you that it doesn't. The second one, the site is supposed to be sufficient. Well, it isn't sufficient. We've shown you that it's too small. The third one, we said that the buildings are supposed to be compatible and the use is supposed to be compatible. Neither the building nor the use is compatible for the residential zones. I don't know how the industrial people feel. The Tombstone guy on the other side, he's going to have balls hitting him. There's a small, on the east side, it's a small garage repair. They park their cars for their customers out there. That balls are going to fall over. And the proposed use is not consistent with the general plan, and it will be a danger to the residents. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the part about CEQA. This is very interesting because like I told you before, when they started in 2023, they were trying to get a negative declaration. But in order to do that, you have to have an initial study. They couldn't make the findings, so they took away the neg dec application, and they're trying to substitute in this categorical exemption. Now, the categorical exemption was originally created to provide more housing for the state of California. That's why it was there. And Senate Bill 226 defines an infill project as being either residential, retail, commercial, a transit station, a school, or public office buildings. So that knocks out a recreational facility right there. In addition, you can't have an infill unless you're surrounded by all the one type of use. So for example, if this was to go in as an infill, it'd have to go into an area that was surrounded by other recreational uses. Right now, you have an industrial side and a residential side. It just doesn't work. The way it works is if you have a vacant lot in a residential, on residentially zoned properties, you can put in an apartment building. Or if you have a vacant lot in an industrial zone, you can put in an industrial zone as long as it's completely surrounded. So it's not even an infill. I'm really surprised that that's even being proposed. The project is not consistent with the general plan. The project is not consistent with the zoning code. It has to be both of those to be eligible for a CEQA exemption. Next slide, please. Okay, this is why you should deny the project. Well, we've wiped out the financially liable harm to the city, so that's good for you. Not good for us because we're still in danger. There isn't any community benefit for this project. It's so minimal that it's the city is not going to benefit from this. On the we talked about how it's a pay to play kind of place, so I don't see how that can benefit the when there's a lot of soccer opportunities for the kids. There's a negative fiscal impact. If you approve this use, you'll be removing 2 sales tax generating industrial use properties from the city's revenue stream. You'll be replacing that by a non-tax generating service use. That will decrease the city's retail taxes. There isn't any retail associated with this. In addition, the applicant is registered as a nonprofit soccer club. And so any property owned and operated by this 501c is exempt from property taxes. So that's going to remove 2 property tax generating industrial properties from the LA County tax roll, and that will reduce the city's primary revenue stream. And then I believe that this will also result in increased fire and police calls just because of the use. And also, it will reduce our property values, all of us that live behind there. It just so happened that we are putting this property into a trust. So we had a private assessor come and assess the property about 1.5 years ago. We got wind of this project, so we gave him a call and he said, oh yeah, it's going to decrease your value by probably 10%. And that information is included. We also had a realtor and we told her this is what's going to happen. And so, and her report is in here that yes, it's going to be, it will diminish our property values. And then I think Maribel spoke with a tax attorney.
I spoke with my tax attorneys. I spoke with my real estate attorneys. It is going to devalue and depreciate the values of the houses, which is Mrs. Cole, mine, and the Gutierrez, who unfortunately are not here. It's already been shown. I've already gotten, which unfortunately I don't have with me because they're not here in representation. They got to get paid for it. But they've already been able to value what the property value loss is going to be for those 3 specific properties. That doesn't include the rest of the neighborhood. Like I said, I will emphasize, unfortunately, in the California Avenue, there's a lot of people who rent. They don't care. There's very, very few that actually own the properties and have paid for the properties. So with that being said, that comes after someone like me and like my brother, who this is our estate. And the same way that it happened, it went through the living trust and they completely called it out. This was before there was going to be this, soccer field, which I do understand that it is positive for children, but this is nothing like Morgan Park was. This is nothing where it's actually going to be beneficial for the children unless you can pay. I know this already. I have to pay a lot for my daughter to play, and I take her to facilities and I take her to specific places for her to get trained. She plays year round. This does not benefit the children in the community unless it's free. So can everybody or anybody tell me if this is going to be free for the children like Morgan Park was at one point? Exactly.
Okay, so next slide, please. Next, thank you. So obviously, we're respectfully requesting that you deny the project. If you really feel you can't do that, perhaps then you just deny, and this is my opinion. I don't believe the Canaleses share this opinion. Perhaps you just deny the design review for the huge old building. And that removes the noise problem, that removes the light problem, that'll probably reduce the parking problem. It will solve a lot of problems. You can approve just the conditional use permit based on their business narrative, which they've submitted to you, which limits it to just children. That would be a good alternative, I would think. Next slide, please. And if we really haven't convinced you, I've included some extra conditions of approval that you can attach to see if it's necessary. And I will say that the Planning Commission did a wonderful job of letting us speak, and they deliberated for 2 hours. They were, the first vote denied the project. Then they deliberated some more because 2 of the planning commissioners really felt that the city council needed to see this. And so they persuaded the third city council member, the third planning commissioner, that it was coming to you because you could review it for a broader view, the fiscal impacts, the CEQA, things like that. One of the commissioners, Commissioner Rodriguez, I believe, he voted no consistently through all the votes because he said it was just too loud. The other commissioner, Stephanie, I believe it's Hernandez, she abstained because she said this was just too much information. They got all of this information that I'm giving you now. They got it in paper, as you got a lot of mine. It was unfortunately just as jumbled when they received it also, but they only got it 72 hours before, at the very minimum time, legal minimum time. So they worked really hard to get this to you so you can get a broader view, and because you do have a broader view. So we respectfully request that you just deny this project and put us all out of our misery. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, I know Mary Bell just wanted to jump up and talk to you, but we waited. But if you have any questions, we're sitting right there. We can come right back up. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. And now, okay, give us a few minutes, please. If I can have the applicant come up now.
Give us just 1 second.
Thank you for your patience. Go ahead, please.
Of course.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, fellow council members. My name is Travis Van Light, and I'm an attorney representing the applicant, who I have here with me, and I'll let her introduce herself. Additionally, after Ms. Berengi introduces herself, I would maybe respectfully request to maybe open public comment just to let some of the people who are in this in the audience speak, as they're young women who have school tomorrow, and we'd like to let them out if possible. But that's entirely up to the council's discretion, obviously, but please.
Good evening. Nick, can we play the video if possible?
Yes, IT, they have it queued up for you.
And just for the council's edification or education, the video that's about to be shown is to show kind of specifically, as Councilmember Lozano noted, this is a very unique use. And so this is not a normal like recreational field with tournaments going on or something like this. So this video is intended to kind of show what we're talking about, or what the applicant's talking about, and about the unique service she's offering the community.
Is your microphone on?
If it's lit up, is it on? I guess I have to get
Yes.
slower.
If you can just speak closer, please.
My apologies, but what I was saying was the video that you're about to be shown is really to provide some context and explanation about the unique use that's being proposed through this project, and to more specifically highlight the fact that this is not a soccer field or rec field or anything like that in the traditional sense. And so, as well as to introduce Ms. Berengi and kind of what she stands for and what the hope is that she can bring to the community.
Apologies. It looks like we might be dealing with some kind of protection on the file that's blocking it from screen sharing. We're trying to work around it.
Well, while we're trying to get that up, if it pleases the council, we can go ahead and just introduce ourselves and start moving until it can start working.
Is that okay? I'll still go ahead and introduce myself. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Shima Berengi, and I'm proud to present this project, which is close to my heart. This isn't just a business venture for me. This is personal. I am deeply committed to creating real opportunities to the children of Baldwin Park and surrounding communities. I envision a vibrant space where children can thrive, learn, grow through the beautiful game of soccer. This project aims to provide and will have a safe and welcoming environment where our youth can be active, engaged, and inspired. This project will be a vital resource, a hub of activity, mentorship, and development that uplifts our youth and strengthens the fabric of Baldwin Park. I am here tonight not only to share this vision, but to ask you for your support in helping it make it a reality. Together, we can create something truly meaningful for this community, a legacy that invests in our youth and empowers their future. Thank you again for your time, your attention, and your dedication to this community.
In every neighborhood, there's a kid with a dream, but not always a place to chase it. In the heart of the community, a new chapter begins, led by someone who's been part of the story all along. Meet Shima Berengi, educator, leader, coach, a woman whose love for soccer has transformed lives.
After hanging up my playing cleats, I dedicated myself to coaching. Growing up in the female soccer community as a minority player and now as a coach, I realized many of the same challenges I faced growing up still exist today.
So Shima had a vision to build something the community never had, a place to grow, train, and be inspired. She saw a space where young, aspiring youth could come not only to learn the game, but overcome barriers, challenge their limits, and most importantly, find a sense of community and support. And from that vision, Fit7 was born, a dedicated training ground built to empower the next generation, one player at a time. It's a safe space for youth to grow, gain life skills, and find mentorship.
I made it my goal to change the game for the next generation of game changers.
Take part in this journey, support the vision, and help us build the future together.
Thank you.
If I may, like to reintroduce myself. My name is Travis Van Light, and I'm an attorney representing the applicant, and wanted to quickly respond to some of the points raised by the appellant in this case. But before I do, I wanted to first thank on behalf of my client, city staff. They've done a tireless job, tireless work on this project for over a year and a half now, as the appellant noted. There was a lot of iterations and a lot of tweaking and modifying to ensure that this project complied with the city's code. Sorry. So that to ensure that the project not only complies with the municipal code, but also more specifically brings a nice new redevelopment project, frankly, in an area that could use some additional beautification efforts, as well as new uses to get rid of some of the more, I would say, dated industrial uses in those areas. Specifically, staff has had their finger on the pulse of this whole project the entire time. Originally, it is true that the project initially called for the development of an MND, but that was back before there was a realization from my client that this could be processed through a CUP, which is why the switch from an MND to the categorical exemption that you've seen is nothing out of the ordinary. It's completely consistent with CEQA and the city's processes. And it's my understanding, and staff can attest to this, it's gone through and been vetted through your city attorney's office as well. Turning kind of to the merits of the project, I would say that today's meeting seems kind of be a good example of what Baldwin Park does well. At the beginning, you honor two individuals who've had a long-standing impact on their community, specifically through recreational uses. One instance, I believe it was judo. And what I'm honored to be talking about today is a project brought by another woman who I believe might one day be that type of pillar for this community and inspire Baldwin Park as well as the surrounding community's youth. Ms. Berengi, who you just met, and you saw that awesome video that she put together. It's our hope that this type of project will revitalize the area. Also, more importantly, shift away from more noxious industrial uses such as cemetery stone grinding or something to that effect that are currently nearby, and bring in some new, much needed and much desired recreational uses for the community's youth to use and enjoy. Turning to the merits of the appeal, I was able to take some notes, and I apologize, my iPad kind of went on the fritz there for a second. But I did want to respond to some of what I viewed as the key points raised by the appellant from a substantive level. As an initial matter, I would like to say staff report does a great job going through each of those points and explaining why each of those contentions are without merit. That said, I'd be remiss if I didn't, because that's what I'm here to do. But first and foremost, I think one of the major issues that was talked about by the appellant is the parking. Staff has acknowledged, and it is true, that one thing that is omitted from the appellant's argument is the fact that there is a specific provision of the city's code that recognizes that not every type of use that might come before this council or their planning commission is expressly listed in those 6 or 9 categories of uses that were identified in the chart. Specifically, there is a subsection of your code that allows planning staff to be then verified later on to look at the proposed use and decide what is the appropriate parking requirement, taking into account the specific characteristics of the use. I would say in this instance, city staff has went above and beyond that. And in fact, once it was determined that 26 to 29 spaces might likely be used by this specific use, my client still brought then 10 more on top of that to ensure there is no issue. That's completely in line with the code. It is not a black line. In fact, the use that was cited by appellant is more comparable to, in my opinion, some of the effect of a 24-hour fitness or LA Fitness, where you have hundreds of adults coming up from time to time and you need to have the requisite parking for that type of use. Not this specifically curtailed use that has a limited number of students on site at any given time on much smaller fields to have specific training lessons with a limited amount of coaches. Turning to the lot coverage issue, staff can opine on this as well, but the project itself has a lot coverage of 26% under the city's code, not 80% as was argued by the appellant. That's because the raised soccer fields do not qualify as an enclosed structure because they're not enclosed. And of course, staff can opine on that as well. Regarding the noise analyses, was a detailed noise analysis conducted in this case that was prepared in conjunction with city staff input that also took into account best practices for measuring noise impacts and the like. The consultant that prepared that overall CEQA document, as well as the specific consultant that actually prepared that noise study, is on the Zoom if there are specific questions as to those numbers. But suffice it to say, there is more than enough evidence to support the fact that this project clearly complies with the city's noise ordinances and requirements. And I would also note that if there were ever a scenario, and I'm not saying this would ever happen, but if there were ever a scenario where there was a noise violation, the project is conditioned on complying with the city's noise ordinance. So any potential issue the city has other avenues before it, including enforcing conditions of approval, as well as enforcing its own code to ensure that there is no violation of these standards. With regard to light and glare, by and large, we are in step-by-step agreement with city staff's analysis that the project is compliant with the city's light and glare requirements under its municipal code. The one clarification and explanation I would say is that the city's code does not obviously categorically prohibit any light from leaving a property and going elsewhere. It does require that you do not allow for directed light to be directed onto neighboring properties. Specifically, I think the term used in your code is to be shined on the property. In this case, the project's photometric plan that was already provided shows that there is no direct light being directed into the neighbor's property. Additionally, the lights that are being used and that are referenced in the staff report are directional lights that can be altered if there ever is an issue and or complaint. And number three, the project is conditioned on providing, I believe, another photometric plan to confirm ongoing compliance after everything is installed with the city's code to ensure no light impacts. And lastly, one thing that is omitted from the staff report specifically regarding light impacts is the fact that the project has been changed in two significant ways since the original photometric plan was brought in. Number one, there used to be, with the original proposal, a proposed 5-foot setback rather than 10-foot setback, which is why the project previously requested a variance. After meeting with, frankly, the appellant and city staff, the project applicant dropped the variance request, went to the 10-foot to comply with the code. And as a result, the photometric plan, an updated photometric plan will show that there is actually, in fact, none of that 0.1 lumens spillover onto the property because the lines actually moved back 5 more feet. But additionally, as part of that development and that proposal, the 10-foot setback now includes the installation of mature trees entirely along the back end of that property, ensuring that no light also goes beyond those mature trees. And it's the distinction of mature trees versus any trees is an important one. Staff did require that of the applicant. That means that we will not be providing, 10-gallon trees that will grow over 50 years. These will be mature trees per the city's requirements. As such, there will be no light or glare impacts, and staff's analysis in support of that conclusion, the staff report is entirely correct. Lastly, the last couple of points, there is this kind of ongoing discussion that's really a veiled reference to residential privacy. Number one, some of the site plans that were provided or shown by the appellant today, frankly, were not prepared by the project's applicant and was not actually vetted through the person who is actually proposing the project. The actual elevations and such have already been submitted and not approved, but submitted to city staff and reviewed, and they're included in the packet. There is no reference to a 3 to 5 foot grade differential. The project itself complies with the industrial zone's 25-foot height limitation. There is no variance requested there. And additionally, it's important to note again, regarding the residential privacy concerns, there are the matured trees that are going to go in. They're going to block any potential view. Additionally, there is the padding that's also being proposed to protect the players. That's a minimum 6 feet. That will ensure that no one can look over onto the properties and vice versa. Lastly, with regard to visual compatibility and the appropriateness of the site, again, I think this use is a huge improvement on what is there currently. It does not increase the existing height that is currently on the property. The existing building that will remain is 25 feet. In fact, the only additions to the project at this point in time will be the raised soccer fields as well as the netting and the covers shortly above the top of the parking area. Through which the netting will, as actually the appellant conceded, it's not a wall, it's not cinder block wall, it's nothing like that. It is completely visible and you'll be able to see beyond it as well, to the extent you can see behind the trees, but the trees will also be there, to be fair. Regarding the couple of other issues, there was a vague reference to appellant being concerned about potential impacts to police or fire safety. The applicant submitted, which was reviewed and approved by city staff, a exhaustive analysis of the availability of utilities for the project. It's part of the categorical exemption document. In fact, it's one of the necessary findings to make the CEQA finding that this project qualifies for the infill exemption. There is sufficient evidence in the record to clearly show that this project will be adequately served by the utilities and services that currently serve it. Regarding I guess the last thing I would say is there has been a couple of other just general misstatements about what's going on with my client in this property. Again, this is a 10-foot setback. There is no 25-foot cinder block wall going up behind these residential neighborhoods. That is just not true. The city itself has reviewed all of these plans and city staff has lended its support for the project after frankly requiring some concessions from my client that they willingly gave. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any specific questions that might be asked. And I would also ask to be able to respond to anything else that might come forward during this proceeding if necessary.
Before we have questions or comments, we're going to go into public comment since we didn't ask questions of the person. We'll come back to the questions. Okay, thank you very much for that. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come up and speak? Oh, you have speaker cards for us. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to acknowledge for the record that we have received some communication. These communications have been distributed to every member of the City Council. The first, and I'm going to read them in the order that they were received. In opposition, we received an email from Vanessa Christian. In opposition, we received an email from Therese Stoltz. In support of the project, we received an email from Tamara Orozco. In support of the project, we received a communication for Veronica Maddox. Dr. Veronica Maddox. We received a communication support from Greg Kurland. And lastly, and sorry, I'm going to butcher this, but we received a communication in support from Claudia Chiavere. And next, I'm going to move into the speaker cards. And again, this is in order of receipt. So first, we'd like to call up Sherry Muro. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there. I'm speaking on behalf of Shima Berenji and the value she can contribute to our community. My name is Sherry. I'm a proud mom to 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls. My husband played baseball through college and played a couple years professionally before donating his time as a coach himself. A really good coach, I might add. 15 years later, he still gets calls from former players telling how he positively influenced their lives. When my girls chose to play soccer at a very young age, I thought, well, shoot, they'll never have or be able to be fortunate enough to have a coach as dedicated and influential as their brothers had with their dad. Then we met Coach Shima Berenji. My youngest daughter, Danny, was 9 years old at the time, extremely shy and literally wouldn't talk. Coach Berenji encouraged her and got through to her in ways I never imagined. Now, it may seem trivial to some, but the first thing she taught her to do was use her voice to communicate. That was huge. While this was an advantage of the field, it was more so how she carried that newfound confidence off the field as well. For a parent to see your child grow from a quiet, uncertain individual to a strong, confident leader is truly a gift. Coach Berenji had just the right recipe to guide my daughter to reach her full potential. Coach Berenji dedicated her life to coaching my daughter and her teammates several times a week for the last 10 years. Our team became a well-oiled machine under her tutelage. It wasn't that she had the best players, it was that she brought out the best in every player. She instilled kinship and promoted teamwork. Coach Berenji taught my daughter, Danny, and her teammates about hard work and dedication. While these things brought about many championships and accolades, the most important thing that the girls learned was the valuable lessons that too many people forget about in today's society. Coach Berenji taught my daughter that she is in control of her own destiny, and the effort she puts into something is what she'll get in return. Fast forward 10 years later, Danny's graduating from high school in 2 weeks and has a D1 scholarship to Louisiana. My other daughter, Alex, was also fortunate to have Coach Berenji as a soccer coach. The bond they developed was instrumental when my daughter tore her ACL and was not able to play her senior year. She was devastated. Coach Berenji was right by her side, inspiring her to be strong mentally in order to never give up on her dreams. Coach Berenji gave her the tools necessary to overcome injury and work extra hard to get back on track. Today, Alex is completing her 3rd year
I apologize. Your 3 minutes are up.
Oh, thank
Thank you so much. Next, thank you. Thank you. Next, we call Adriana Valdez. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Adriana Valdez. I am a local educator and a proud mom of 3 scholar athletes. My ties to Baldwin Park run through 3 generations. It's the first place I called home when my parents recently brought me home from the hospital. It's the place where my parents built their second small business, and it's where my daughters and my son set their educational foundation at Foster Elementary School through your dual immersion program that is like one of the best in all of the state. Sorry, I'm like really passionate about this project, so I'm a little bit nervous. I wanted to share because as an educator, I'm a middle school teacher. I teach design at Edgewood Middle School, and I see about 150 kids a day. There's a statistic that shows that in recent decades, data from sports researchers revealed an encouraging trend. Young girls were participating in sports at greater numbers, but the research uncovered a shortcoming. Girls dropped out at alarming rates, specifically when they hit puberty. There is an obvious solution that sports retail giant Nike CEO John Donahue and many others think can make a difference, which is more female coaches. On top of that, by the time girls are 14 years old, they're dropping out of sports at a rate double than boys. And by the time they get to be 16 years old, they're dropping out at a 45% rate. My daughters have benefited from building confidence through their sport by having mentors like Coach Shima. The support and empowerment that Shima has provided for my daughters in the last 2.5 years that they've been working with her has been immense. In that time, they've reached certain milestones, such as being selected as the top 100 in Southern California for their age group. They were league champions for the 2024 season. They just clocked their ticket to the national finals in Florida for the end of July with their teammates. And Coach Shima has encouraged them to think bigger and beyond the limitations of like city borders, and to think and push themselves to become the only 8th graders that attended a D1 college camp recently where they were recognized for their talents. Not only are they skilled and talented in soccer, but the leadership, the empowerment, and the confidence that Coach Shima has instilled in them is something that they carry on and off the court. And many, many of our teenagers in our communities can benefit from her guidance. Thank you for hearing us out, and I can't wait for you to hear my daughters and how she's impacted them.
Thank you. Next we call Emma Valdez. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Emma Valdez, and I am speaking on behalf of two of my friends, Stella Chavez from Bishop Amat High School and Alexa Sanchez from San Jose Charter. They wanted to be here, but their school schedules didn't allow for them to attend today. Lexi says, Coach Shima's facility is like no other. It is an indoor training arena dedicated for young female athletes, which includes the D1 coach. She means a lot to me, and I believe has made me a better and stronger player. I hope you can all see how much this place means to athletes like us and how amazing she is. Stella says, Coach Shima has helped me grow my love for the game. Her encouragement throughout my trainings has helped me on and off the field. I have noticed myself taking things from training sessions onto the field, and I am improving my gameplay. I am blessed to be involved with Coach Shima, and I hope me and other athletes get to expand our skills with more space. Thank you.
Next we call Belen Valdez. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Belen Valdez. Today I will be speaking for me and my twin sister, Emma Valdez. I am a former student of Foster Elementary School, and I am a club soccer player. I've been playing club soccer for about 8 years now, and I have worked with Coach Shima for the last 2 years and a half. In that time, I have seen my game elevate by how Coach Shima pushes me to my highest level. This is a tool that I get to use both on and off the field. The best part of Coach Shima is that I know that she cares about me and my success. She teaches me to be mentally strong and how to attack my future goals of being a college athlete. She gives me the confidence that I can do whatever I focus my mind on and to encourage me to chase my biggest dreams. I know that as I prepare to transition to South Hills High School, she continues to be a mentor, and I'm so happy that she is a part of my community. Thank you.
Next we call Jessica Kirschner. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Jessica Kirchner. I'm managing principal at Impact Sciences, and we prepared the environmental documentation for the project. So I don't have a specific comment, but I am here for any questions that you might have.
Next we call Olivia Canales.
I'm sorry, Olivia had to take her son home. But her daughter, Mary Bell, was the girl who spoke. I don't think she's coming back.
Okay. So last we have Charles Cole.
It's almost time for bed, isn't it? One of the biggest reasons we're against this project is it borders our homes. You know, if you ask people what a home is, most of them, you get a lot of different answers. Some people say it's where you live. Others say home is where the heart is. But it's a place where you grew up. A place where you felt loved. Where you felt safe. Where you could unwind after a day's work. Go out in the backyard and have a barbecue. You all have homes like that, I expect. For some people, going back home and visiting the place where you grew up, it's more about a feeling. Relief, comfort, warmth. It's that little slice of paradise. completely your own. It's a place where you can totally be yourself. Where you can forget about an overbearing boss or a stressful coworker, a demanding customer. Someone has a place to call home, it gives them a sense of safety, security, and stability. You can stop thinking about surviving day in and day out. You can finally look beyond the horizon into the distant future. Having a place to call home is something that most of us take for granted. We don't give much thought about how important that home is. If the soccer complex is built as approved, the homes of the people behind the complex will no longer have the sanctity of their own personal space. The noise, light pollution, and even danger from flying soccer balls, which the applicant has said that might happen or will happen. That thing is something that we've got to really worry about, especially our new grandson. In some cases, it will cause people to sell their homes, move away to regain the peace and quiet and safety that they deserve. In our personal case,
Mr. Cole, thank you so much for your time. 3 minutes are up.
we'll be forced to sell our home and move out of Baldwin Park. That'd be a shame. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay. Is that all the comments?
Yes,
Hard to-
yes, Mayor. That's we.
Is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak that did not fill out a card? Okay, now what we're going to do, yes, we're gonna ask the council, if they have any questions for the applicant or the appellate. So we'll start if anybody has a question up here.
I have a couple of questions, Mayor.
We'll start with Mr. Damian.
I have a couple of questions for the applicant.
Since we have the applicant up here first, we'll do all the questions for the applicant and then we'll go on to the other.
So based on the staff report, we have the training sessions that you have. So it shows, I guess this is during the week. You have from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., and then 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., which will be modified to 9:30 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you're proposing 39 parking spaces for the entire project development there. And you're anticipating that there's going to be 8 members of staff there at all time, correct? During the training times, you have 8 members of staff. You have
That's-
3 for
That 8 is the max, but 2.
2?
Correct.
Okay. So as an example, you have, let's just say, for example, you have someone starting to train at 4 p.m. You have a total of 24 players here. And then you have the next session coming in at 6 p.m. Well, the ones that started at 4 haven't finished because they end at 6. The ones that start at 6 are going to get there before 6 because they start at 6. So to me, it seems like your parking is going to overlap because you have 24 players for the 4 to 6 p.m. and then you have 26 players from the 6 to 8 p.m. So there you already have 50 players plus whatever staff members you have on duty at the time. So and there's only 39 parking spaces provided and you've got 50 players at, let's just say, the 6 o'clock mark, where the overflow of vehicles going to go?
I'll take this one if you don't mind. So, the parking that is being provided is sufficient to provide the amount of people who we expect to be having to park at any given time. In your scenario, you are correct. In theory, I guess at one point there could be 50, but the logical reason, I'll let staff opine on this obviously too, because it's their code and their requirement. But again, this is a youth facility. All of these individuals will not have cars specifically. They will be picked up and dropped off. They will not be leaving cars there for the full 2 hours they're operating there, by and large. So there will always be open spaces. And so it is our submission that we are able to reasonably accommodate the amount of people who will be parking at any given time to service the use.
No, and I get that staff, obviously, the amount required per code and per the staff report is 13, but I'm just, playing devil's advocate here. If I lived in the neighborhood, right, and you're telling me that there's a total of 39 parking spaces provided, and you have 24 players at one time from 4 to 6 p.m., and I know that these are kids, but the majority of the time, the parents will stay there during the 2-hour training. So let's just assume that the parents stayed there. So now you have 24 vehicles there from the 4 to 6 p.m. training, and then you have another 26 vehicles coming in because they start training at 6 p.m. So if you have 50 people already there at 6 p.m. and you only have 39, where would the rest of the vehicles go? Would you agree that they would overflow to the surrounding neighborhood?
In that scenario, in the hypothetical, I would say yes, but with the exception that it would not go to California, it would go on to Joan Bridge.
Okay. And then as far as the soccer fields up on the top of the roof that you guys are proposing, are you guys not thinking of putting any type of nets over that, like a batting cage?
The current plan is not to.
Okay.
However, in talking with the applicant, if that is something the council would desire, that is something that can be discussed. I'm not being a technical person or soccer ball flying off of a building expert. I think that maybe there could be some reasonable accommodation for the nets to being on one side of the property where it'd be closer to the back residential area. But other than that, and even then, we'd be willing to. The applicant has already signaled the willingness to consider that. We just have to hear the specific terms.
And then one of my last questions is, have you already been operating business there in that location?
I have not been operating in that location.
Okay.
And that was something I was remiss to say earlier. Fit 7 does not currently exist.
Okay, so it's never been
a proposed use. Yes.
Okay, so it's never been there. One of my biggest concerns, council, is that obviously I put myself in the residents' shoes, just putting myself in the backyard of one of these projects. Don't get me wrong, I think the facility is great. Is there a need for it in our community? Absolutely. I think that this is something that it would be a great addition to our children here, our kids. And yes, although it's not a free, facility for you to be able to go in for free, it's still something that we can offer our kids. And I'm for this 100%. But then I also put myself in the residents' shoes. If I have this facility coming to my backyard, number one, do I really want to see these? Do I really want these people to be able to see, over to my backyard? Number one. Number two, I would not approve this project if there is no netting around the roof line. Only because, like with baseballs or any other sport, when you're practicing, even if you're not, sometimes, look, kids are kids. And sometimes you can't fault them for wanting to kind of steer away from the training for a little bit and just kind of kick the ball, right? I'm all for that. But at the same time, it's also the security of our residents. And the last thing we want are for soccer balls to be flying over anywhere, not just to the residents there, but just in the street in general. So, I mean, I'm in support of the project. I really like the project. I like what you stand for. I heard the testimonies here, but I also, share the concerns of our constituents as well, in reference to flying soccer balls. So for me, I would not be completely opposed to the project, but I would like to make some modifications if you guys are okay with that. And that's pretty much my only thing. And then just obviously, upholding, making sure that now we have parking enforcement, right? Because the last thing we want is for, all these cars to accumulate there and then have, more traffic in an area that usually didn't have any traffic. But if we can revitalize that area, I think it's also our plus for our community there. So that's kind of like the only questions that I have, You guys have any questions?
Yeah, just to clarify, there will be time for deliberations and stating, so we'll hold off on any deliberations. Thank you.
Any questions from anyone else for the applicant?
Mayor,
Mayor.
Wait, he was first.
so, I mean, I think there's this idea that balls are gonna be flying everywhere, which I can't imagine that you would have a indefinite amount of a budget for soccer balls. I mean, this is also, I think, to specify, you're not playing soccer games, you're practicing, you're training. So you're not shooting the ball in an aggressive manner throughout, 90 minutes of game time. And these are smaller soccer courts, they're not full-sized. So I can't imagine that we're really kind of creating an atmosphere for a full-on soccer game. So if you don't create the nets, what is the plan if a ball were to go over?
I think at this point in time to address this concern, my client would just be willing. My client is willing to accept just putting nets. That was part of the original proposal. It will be part of this proposal. If that's a condition imposed by the council, that would solve the problem. From my perspective. And then also just to answer your question, specifically, council member, you are 100% correct. And I was remiss for not mentioning it earlier. The fields we're talking about here are nowhere near regulation sized soccer fields. They're made specifically for training. This is not, when we talk about using the Fit 5 facility as the other facility to use for a noise comparison, for example, one of the important things that I should have stressed is the potential noise impacts from that project were significantly higher than anything that would come from this project, specifically because those do include full-size soccer fields and do rent out for full-size games and have cheering whistles, so on and so forth in rec leagues, is my understanding, versus this project will not have those uses under the conditions of approval that have been currently proposed.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question? I'll get to you in a second.
Yeah, I just want to, first of all, we all support sports in Baldwin Park, and obviously soccer is a game that's an international sport, and in Baldwin Park, it's big, and we have a lot of organizations that have been here that have also even turned it into a business, because in reality, it's a business as well, because there is, participants that have to pay or what have you. From my perspective, as a resident of Baldwin Park since 1979, and as a homeowner in this city, it's important for me to also recognize what the actual homeowners are looking at in general. Am I going? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So I do have that empathy. Now, I definitely support the actual organization itself, but where it's at, I mean, if it was a different place, I would, because it abuts the homes. Now, the reality is, I'm certain that both of you would not want this behind your home. I mean, what's happening in Baldwin Park, and let me go in the archives. When I was a planning commissioner back in 1992, I took a tour of areas where developers who basically just didn't give a damn about the city, and you end up at these homes in these areas. One of these days, I'll give you guys a tour on these developers that I won't mention their name. Some of them probably died off, but they came in here, and it was about a profit. It was about just do whatever you want. That's when a lot of areas in Ballpark, we lack the uniformity and have worked and strived to be able to change that. My questions to you, you are a 501c nonprofit, am I correct?
That is, my client can speak to this herself, but just my understanding is her current business is a 501c3, but that is not what Fit 7 will be. But please go on.
Could you repeat that, please? Sorry about that. Go ahead.
That's correct.
That you are?
No. So sorry, I'll clarify. She has an existing business where she goes around and she rents out facilities and trains young, mostly women, I understand, at public parks and such. That is a nonprofit. That is the existing nonprofit. That is not what Fit 7, which is the use that is before you today. That will be a different enterprise. The building is currently owned by the applicants through a separate entity and will be operated for Fit 7, which will be a separate entity altogether.
Okay, so this actual dwelling is owned by you? Is that what I'm hearing? Or is this being leased out? The current proposed location, is it being
owned.
leased out?
It is owned and is with the intent of being developed into this use.
Okay.
Correct.
So it's actually owned. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
You say? Okay.
Correct.
All right. So this is being run as a business then. Am I correct or am I wrong?
He's asking us to be business.
No, hold on. That's what I'm getting mixed up. One, is it a business or is it a 501c? That's where I'm mixed up. Which one is it?
Fit Seven is a business.
It's a business.
Correct.
So it's not the nonprofit part. Am I correct?
It's a business.
Okay, so it's
Fit
for
Seven.
profit then. Am I correct? Am I correct?
Right.
Legal
So
counsel, someone?
Fit Seven is a business.
Right, which is a for-profit versus 501c. Am I correct? Or someone jump in here? Am I correct? I think I'm getting it. In other words, what you're saying-
501c3s I guess the point is, it's just, there are 501c3 companies, that's true.
That's correct.
And my client has one that through which she provides services to other people in the community. That is not what this use is.
Okay.
That use is Fit Seven, which will be a separate legal entity that currently owns the facility.
Right.
For the purposes of developing into this use.
So let me conclude. So this particular business is for profit then. Am I correct? Am I wrong?
Yeah, yes. it's a
Okay, all
business.
right. I just want to clarify that. And the only reason I'm saying that, and thank you for clarifying that, legal counsel, because my question was going to be, obviously that changes the questions I want to ask. Sorry about that. My question is, because if it was a 501c, then my question would have been, how are you seeking your funds? Is it state? Is it a county, state, or federal? Obviously, that's not applicable here because it is a business and it's a business for profit. And I respect that because soccer, as I mentioned to my colleague from the introduction, it is a business and there have been issues and concerns. Now, my thing is, I think it's great because we have to invest in the youth. Gen X, where we were at this past week or during the weekday. My concern is, if it was in a different location, I would support it, but I cannot because there are homes there. Now, would I want it next to my home? Absolutely not. As a resident since 1979, I was raised hell if something like this would go up. And I'm certain you don't have in your affluent communities or whatever the case may be. So that is a concern. If we could find a different location for this type of business. We have the sports complex that we're working on very hard. We have a multitude of soccer leagues, leagues throughout the city, and it dominates the whole area. And that's why hopefully someday the school district will open up the fields and allow these soccer facilities in there. So I just want to conclude, or let me ask one other question to Nick real quick. Sorry about that. Okay, Ms. Cole mentioned regarding the setback. So, and the legal counsel, I believe, had stated or challenged that. Does that supersede what she stated? Is there an exemption there from CEQA based on the question that Ms. Cole had stated?
I can explain. So a very important point, I'm glad you brought this up. A very important point is to understand that the soccer fields are not a building.
Right.
And they don't qualify as a building per the definitions. And because it's not a building, the setbacks are to buildings. So the rear yard setback does not technically apply to this soccer field because there's not a setback required for fields. Because it's also not a building, it's also why the FAR and lot coverage, which was also brought up earlier, it's also why it doesn't apply because those don't apply to soccer fields.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't understand how it's not considered a building if it's being built on top of the roof. How is that not considered a building?
Because the definition for building requires it to be enclosed. So what you have here is because it's open, because of the definitions for building require it to be enclosed for that I think the definition calls it for habitation or several other uses, but it must be enclosed because it's a platform. Doesn't qualify as a building.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, okay. Yeah. So then so obviously the questions that I had listed here don't apply because of the current status of an actual business for profit. So at this point, Madam Mayor, I'll have to end my questions.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councilmember Ayala, no? City Treasurer, you had a question?
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I'd like to make a comment on that. That is a very great idea that you're doing. As a former athlete myself, I did not play soccer and I did not play baseball or anything like that. I come from a running background. I'm a runner, cross country and track, all the way to my junior college days. So I understand the importance of having indoor or facilitated training facilities. I had the privilege to use those when I was in my junior college days, so I understand the importance of them. I also want to, applaud the young ladies who have stuck through their sports all this time. It is very important. And as like I said, as a former athlete myself, it is hard to stick to it when you're a young girl. So again, thank you. But I have a few questions for the parents who came and spoke and for the students. Just to kind of get an idea of the geographic location where you're coming from, what cities do you guys
I'm
represent?
sorry, Joanna. Right now, this is just the legislative body that's able to ask these questions. So we just thought you had it like a small clarifying question, but I'm sorry, you're not a.
Wait then. That's
Yeah,
fine.
okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have just one last one. One last question is, what is the cost? What is the charge? How do you, what's the breakdown on say, I want 5 kids go there? And what is the cost per pupil?
That's still being developed.
What is the cost at a normal, one of your
The other-
different businesses?
Again, that's still being developed.
Okay, already. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. You guys already asked what I would have asked. Does anybody have any more questions for the applicant? Council members? No? Do you have any questions for the appealing party? Council members, any questions for them? No questions. Okay, so now we are going to go ahead and give each party 2 minutes for final comments. Can I have the appealing party?
Oh, I'm okay. Now I'm on. Okay. Once again, this is a wonderful idea. A conditional use permit, if you approve it through connected to the business narrative, which is actually just their application letter, but if you want to accept it as a business narrative, that's up to you. It's the building that we're having the problem with. So, they said they're going to beautify Joan Bridge. And I mean, I go down Joan Bridge at least once a day because I go to see my new grandson. It doesn't look that bad. I mean, it doesn't look that bad. The people who work there, they maintain it. Parking alternatives by staff. There's no street parking on Joan Bridge. Also, if you're on Joan Bridge, you'll know they have a rolled curb. It's not a regular curb and gutter. So up on the up in front of the businesses, those are businesses, the business people park there. So there's no extra parking. So he says they won't be on California, they'll be on Joan Bridge. You cannot park on Joan Bridge. They will be on California, they'll be on Maine. Also, Maine is just almost as bad as California. They say there's violations afterwards. What good is that going to do you? Number one, we'll have to call the police. We'll have to call code enforcement. We'll waste their time coming out. They have to come out with their noise monitor and measure it if it's too much noise. And so they build this big building and then either can't operate it because they're too loud or there's too much light going over. And then what do? They have to sell it. So who are they going to sell that big old building to? This is a marijuana zone. What can I say? I think it's just a bad idea to build it. Talking about the mature trees, we already talked about that already. It's a 10-foot setback. You can't get it.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now the applicant, 2 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for all the interesting and specific questions. I mean, it reminds us of what we went through with staff to make sure to get here, and it kind of further honed, hopefully for the public to understand what the specific use is and how really it's just a very unique type of use that will, frankly, in my opinion, only better the community. A couple of points I just wanted to briefly reiterate just to make sure, because some questions that were asked. Yeah, my apologies.
Hey, David,
That
can
is
you
a whistle.
return it
That
to
whistle will not
145,
be at the
please?
project site. The so what I wanted to oh, sure.
I can't do partial minutes. Just start talking.
All right, so I apologize. So one thing we wanted to reiterate was, just to make sure it's certainly understood, the property currently is owned by the applicant. It is with the intention to design it and bring this service to the city of Baldwin Park. If it's not that, I don't know what will be there, but as was just pointed out, this is a industrial use zone and then could bring in other potential uses. But my client has no current plans one way or the other, but I would submit a youth serving soccer facility in an area that doesn't have such a facility is a pretty good use. Regarding a couple of the other issues that were raised, one thing that was clarified to me to respond to Councilman Damien's questions was the classes at issue in this case will all end at the 50-minute mark, so that there will be a 10-minute rollover, so there will be sufficient time to move people over. Again, I'd like to reiterate my client to address the soccer ball issue is willing to agree to a condition to cover the above ground soccer fields with nets to ensure no issue like that occurs. Additionally, I wanted to point out, just to address one comment that was raised and to reiterate, there is no real risk of any of the users of the facility looking over the fence into the neighbor's property. Again, there are the trees. There is also the addition of the 6-foot rock wool lab, the padding, excuse me. And lastly, I just want to submit that you've heard from multiple people about how great my client is, Ms. Berengi, and what type of service she wants to bring to this community. And frankly, if it's not here, I don't know where else it can go at this point in time, in light of the fact that the city of Baldwin Park is already heavily developed. It's also, I've understood based off of looking at the tireless work your staff has done, that you've been looking to expand additional recreational uses throughout your city. And this is something that you can bring to the forefront within the next year that will bring a new service to everyone in the area.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. We'd ask you to approve the project.
Thank you for that. So now at this time, we will close public communication. And we will move on to discussion among council.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I really, when I think about this, I really just compare it to actually the other side of Joan Bridge, which is where we're building Ana Montenegro Park, where this idea, and I think about it, and I know that there's a lot of emotional appeal and there's a lot of, kind of these fears, but I think back in time and I think about the tiny homes, I think about our parks, I think about any other development, and there's always this major fear where it's going to be full on apocalypse, right? And that oftentimes that isn't the case for a lot of these developments. Yes, this is a residential neighborhood, but on the other side is a commercial zoning. When we're looking at commercial zoning, when we're talking about development, when we're looking at current times, commercial development hasn't been hot for a very long time, especially in Baldwin Park. And that's because, development commerce has changed over over a very long period of time. And, and that goes without saying that our zoning is also outdated. To the point, there's been times where, and I've talked to Nick about this, other community development directors, where we don't have the space, we don't have the commercial space for any newcomers, and we're built out. A lot of our plazas are not suitable for any major sizes. So there really isn't too much space for these type of developments to be brought in. When we're looking at Joan Bridge, that is I'm assuming that those two lots are going to be joined together. Those are going to be the two properties are going to be demolished. You're going to create a new building. The figures that you are expressing, I understand that, the setbacks and a lot of these things, but those are not things that are going to be stopped permanently with the stopping of this project. Nick, if somebody came in without a CUP and wanted to build a new warehouse there, they would still be able to build a 2-story warehouse.
That's correct. 25 feet tall.
If your neighbors wanted to demolish and they wanted to build a new house, they can push their setbacks. So these are not things that are going to be stopped because we stopped this project. These are already things that can be happening anytime, anywhere around your vicinity. And that's just the way California code goes. So it wouldn't make sense to me to stop a project of this caliber on that basis, because those are things that are going to happen, whether it's with a CUP or without a CUP. on the basis of, child development and public health, I think it is important, and it's actually pretty exciting to have something like this. We talk about wanting to attract businesses. We talk about wanting to attract just business in general, commerce development, and we don't have that. And so this is a big one, especially because I can acknowledge that the applicant is pretty involved in the sport. And I think that speaks volumes of the passion behind the business. But also, when we look at the data of Baldwin Park residents, we've had child obesity issues for decades, not new. The lack of access in the north side of Baldwin Park without any amenities. So yes, across the street is Ana Montenegro Park, but that is only one very small drop in the bucket for the north side of Baldwin Park where they don't have any amenities. And as you mentioned before, I believe is this a cannabis zone?
Cannabis would be permitted on that street.
So cannabis would be permitted on that street. So I can't imagine that a sports complex would be the worst case scenario on that building. So, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, right? When somebody's going to move in and when these things are going to happen. So we have a choice to have a say in how it happens or let it go through the code as it is, where it could be something worse, such as cannabis. And then I really think that then the neighborhood really wouldn't be happy. But, we've seen it happen before, and we saw it happen with Ease, where Ease was going to move in to I think a small setback within the residential area. And so the council was going to approve that as well. So I really, me personally, I try my best to keep everything constant. And so just based on kind of the ways that we voted before and based on the needs of the city, I really think that this is something that we should be considering and supporting, especially because the applicant has shown interest in working with the council to counter some of the potential issues such as the need for nets.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, please.
First of all, I want to thank the residents for coming out and speaking, and I appreciate your thoroughness in your presentation, Ms. Cole. I appreciate it very much. I want to also thank the applicant for coming out as well and voicing her concerns through her attorney. Everybody on this council, and I'll speak for myself primarily, but I'm a advocate for youth sports. Being a 32-year veteran teacher here in this community, that is, everyone could tell you I appreciate youth sports, and I appreciate what you're doing to foster, the growth of your athletes. But having grown up here in this community, and being fortunate enough to teach this community and be a part of it, although I can totally support your efforts and what you're doing, I really applaud you for what you're doing, but I really can't wholeheartedly support it in the sense of where it's at, the location where it's at. I wouldn't appreciate something of this stature being right behind my property. So although I can totally support your program, what you're doing and everything like that, and being an advocate for our youth and our children and their health and everything of that sort, which is one of my priorities, I really can't support this project the way it looks and the way it is right now. Okay. And that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'd just like to add that
I'm sorry, may I just as you're deliberating, I just thought it would be helpful to remind the council and for the benefit of the public, the options for you today are that you can reverse, modify, or affirm the decision in whole or in part. And additionally, the council has the discretion to add, delete, or modify conditions as it deems necessary. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood what the options were.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's, it's zoned for this, right? when we buy our homes, we know what we're kind of moving into, you know, unless it's a brand new construction. You know, we've approved, or the council in the past has approved cannabis licenses in different areas, in different cities and in different parts of the city that were, you know, close to residential neighborhoods. And they were approved. Why? Because it was zoned for that type of business. So for me, it's, you know, I put myself in the residents' shoes and I get it. But I think that the applicant is more than willing to work not only with the appellant, but willing to work with the city council as to how she can be best bring this project forward with these modifications. To me, I think my biggest concern would be the flying soccer balls. I just don't want Ms. Cole to get hit on the head while she's sitting in her backyard. And I think, you know, we all would think the same way. I would be willing to entertain this with the modification of the net, like they said that they would do. And then just be respectful with the neighbors there, right? Obviously, we're not going to want to get the lights heading into their backyards. We know that there's going to be light up on the top, but what's the difference between light up on a rooftop than, you know, light up on a high-rise building, right? I mean, these are some of the things that you just can't control. It'd be different if they have the lights and they're pointing them straight at the neighborhoods or the backyards. There, I can make the argument. But if it's just light overflowing, well, I don't really see a big concern with that. And I mean, even if I lived back there, I would address these same things. I wouldn't mind the kids playing there if they have somewhere to go. At the end of the day, we're always advocating for our youth, our kids, giving them the best facilities available. And obviously, we can't compare this to a sports complex because a sports complex is something that's free of use for our kids. This is a for-profit business. So it's like me saying, we can't have a Starbucks coming in because we already got 20 in Baldwin Park. If it's in private property and it's zoned for that, who are we really to say that a Starbucks can't come in? That's just my 2 cents. I would approve the project with the modifications of the net.
Thank you for that. Did you have anything else?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, thank you. What legal counsel, could you please read off the modifications? Were any of those modifications that Ms. Cole had proposed or not?
It would actually be Nick that would have the actual modifications of and then Ms. Cole had that one slide where she had recommended, so we could look at those if you want to bring that up.
Yeah, Nick, could you please place up the proposed modifications up there that also include Ms. Cole? Do you have that available?
Yeah, it's
Okay, so IT, if you could queue up Ms. Cole's presentation and go to the last slide.
The modifications
Oh, yeah.
you're asking for.
See, okay. So
Mayor and council, while we wait for them to put it up, I can read them out loud for you. Number one is to add overhead netting above the soccer fields. Number two is to make the southern side of the huge new structure a solid wall to reduce noise and light pollution. Number three, all exterior parking lot and soccer field lights to be turned off by 8:30 p.m. 4, landscape plans shall include mature trees and shrubs per the BP Municipal Code definition of mature tree. Number 5, prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall provide a new noise study to show that the actual noise generated meets the City of Baldwin Park noise standard of 55 decibels day and 50 decibels evening. Number 6, prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall provide a new photometric survey to show that the actual light generated meets the City of Baldwin Park light standards of no light spillover or glare. And 7, as you now see on the screen, limit the outdoor hours of operation to 4 to 8 on weekdays, Saturday 8 to 5, Sunday 10 to 2.
Do you have further comments on that, Mr. Lozano?
Madam Mayor, thank you very much, because currently the proposal is for 9:30, right, during the weekday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, that's fine. I just wanted to see them.
Okay,
Mayor,
go ahead.
so I think another good point would be, well, this heavy commercial. So the actual zoning is, what is it? What's the actual zoning?
It is
Industrial.
industrial zoning.
So that's kind of, I mean, that's not just industrial, it's, I mean, it's not just commercial, it's industrial commercial. So what is, can you
What-
kind of give us some examples of what could be zoned there without getting to the point where we have some control over the things that the operator would be doing?
Industrial zoning is pretty permissive. It allows for your typical industrial uses there, but it also allows for variety of commercial uses as well. This is recreational facility use. So like a gym would also, like a traditional gym would fit in that category. It have it could be a brew pub. We also already discussed cannabis. That's also allowed. So those are some other use types that above and beyond your more typical manufacturing and warehousing.
A body shop, for example, could be located here.
Absolutely, we have plenty of those in the area.
So could you, okay, so, and then is there any, you know, I don't know if you know off the top of your head, but what would the differentiation be between the business hours that are allowed for a regular business that doesn't need a CUP compared to this one? Because here we're able to limit them as to how late and how early they can operate. With a general, with a business that's zoned for this, that's industrial,
Be 24 hours.
could they come in, could a delivery truck or, you know, a trailer, an 18-wheeler, a big rig come in at 5, 6 in the morning, deliver, drop off merchandise? You'll hear forklift, you'll hear pallet jacks, you'll hear loading, delivery, dock.
You make a good point. So it is not uncommon for an industrial zone or the IC industrial, so industrial and IC industrial commercial zone to have warehouses where early morning hours is common for the business. Late night hours and weekends is uncommon, but that's just how it could happen. It's just not common.
And then for Jones Bridge, I think there's no sidewalk. So what would it be, how difficult would it be if parking really became an issue for that area? How difficult would it be to allow parking on Jones Bridge?
It is a rolled curb. It is difficult. There's a lot of business driveways it's limited in the number of places you could park on Jones Bridge near the facility. I think the clarification made by the applicant is an important one. By ending 10 minutes before the hour is up, you don't have an overlap. And another point to consider as well is that these are the users are kids, and oftentimes you could expect the kids to be dropped off, especially if they're older children, to be dropped off and picked up. So you're not going to have cars waiting in the parking lot the whole time. There'll be some of that, but you wouldn't expect all those kids to have parents that wait.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. If I may add, first of all, thank you for your presentations, both parties. I appreciate the detailed presentation and the passion you both have for bringing a project in, and the passion you have for not wanting to have such a project in. I have the way I see this, and it was brought up before, which is something I was thinking about. We are zoned in that particular area as industrial. And all of you guys know that we have cannabis here in the city of Baldwin Park. When cannabis was brought to Baldwin Park, I was completely opposed to it. However, I didn't have a voting voice. I was a city clerk and I could not voice. And if it would have been up to me, I would have not allowed it. However, it is allowed to be in the city of Baldwin Park. And it's zoned for different areas that are very close to your homes, like your home. And unfortunately, because it is allowed, my concern is that if we don't bring a project that will actually benefit our children, our community, or even the surrounding communities, cannabis can come here and continue to grow in the city of Baldwin Park, which is something I desperately would love to get rid of. However, it's here right now and I have to deal with it. My concern is that A body shop can come in and create noise, toxic waste. We can have different types of businesses that may come if we decide not to approve this project and you decide to sell that property. We don't know what kind of program will be coming here, what kind of business. With this, it is a soccer field that would benefit our students, would benefit the community, the surrounding communities. I would definitely look into approving the project, but I would also look into the concerns of our neighbors. The netting, as Councilmember Damian said, it actually baffled me that it wasn't thought of to put a netting. But if you're willing to work and put a secure netting to make sure that the balls will not be flying, look into the concerns that, the noise level, make sure we do another report so she could be at peace knowing that the noise level will be down. Also, make sure that full-grown trees, mature trees will fit in that area that are being proposed to protect the houses from being viewed from the field. I just think that I'm always pushing, as Councilmember Damian and Estrada, we're always pushing to do the best that we can for the community. Not once have we brought a project that has affected the community, and there has been some projects, the tiny homes. They didn't want the tiny homes because they didn't want the homeless there, because they didn't want to invite more homeless to our community. It did the total opposite. In the last 4 years, we decreased homeless by 70%. When people were fighting that project, it sounds bad. Yes, you're bringing homeless. Yes, you're doing this. We weren't bringing homeless. We were protecting the homeless. And in this case, the way I see it, we're protecting the residents from a company coming in that we are totally going to be unsatisfied with, that we don't know what they will bring to our community, whether it will be toxic waste, whether it will be cannabis. And think about it, if it's cannabis, to me, that's even more dangerous because we don't know what kind of people show up there to purchase, to work, whatever it is. I'm not in the cannabis business, it's obvious. But I just think that bringing a facility like this, it's positive. It's definitely positive. It definitely benefits children. I also work for the school district. I was in the classroom at one time. I'm no longer in the classroom, but I have always worked for the children and the youth. And I think we need to continue to build on that. But I also think we need to protect our residents and their concerns. So I would definitely like to approve of the project with putting more, making sure we get the nets in the place that our residents feel it's going to benefit them. Making sure that the trees that will be placed will fit there when they're full grown. And I understand you're saying they will already be full grown when you put them there, correct? So I will definitely approve this project if we look into the concerns, change it up a little bit, make sure it is appropriate and it is following every guideline. It's already following the guidelines that we are approved for, but making sure that our residents also more comfortable, that they feel safe, that the lighting's not bothering, that the noise level is not bothering them. And I think, and I know you're probably not happy to hear me say this, but I think if you really stop and think about what can go in your backyard besides a soccer field, that it's going to be controlled, where we're going to put guidelines on when they need to turn off the lights, how much traffic can be there, how much people in the parking lot, versus an industrial company that's going to come in, maybe bring their trucks to load at 5 a.m, cannabis. We need to stop and think of everything, the pros and the cons. And to me right now, I think it's more of a pro to bring a soccer field that will benefit the youth, like I said, than risk bringing something that we don't know what it could be. But I would also ask that if we do approve this, that we ask if there's any way our residents can get a break in fees if they decide to use this sporting facility. That would be something else that I would love to add to that, to see if we can get a break in the fees, for at least for our residents, add the netting, and then look into the other concerns to see what else we can do to help ease the concerns that our residents have. Those are my
Is that
comments.
your motion?
Madam City Clerk, I have a question real quick. Excuse me, Madam Mayor, please accept my apology. Right there.
I'm getting used to you calling me Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, real quick, to Manny Carrillo. So this is a for-profit business. If you get a state, federal, county grant, can our youth use it to register?
This would be considered a private business regardless if it's a 501c3 or a private business. So this would be their private property, and they would be able to charge the fees that they feel that are that would work in this community.
No, my question is, if we were, our municipal government grants, can you use them for profit? In other words, say you get a grant, a state or county grant.
That's why I'm asking if they can work on reducing fees for our community.
Yeah, I
Essentially
would have to look
sponsoring
into that a little bit more, but from my experience
facility.
of grants, grants need to be usually free of charge or a very nominal fee. And I suspect this business owner will be charging fair market value for private or semi-private lessons. So these are lessons versus a league play. I would assume they're going to have 1 to 3 or maybe maximum 4 participants training for 45 minutes at a very high level, which would be very expensive for the Baldwin Park community.
So again, can a grant be used?
No.
I would have to look into it more, but from my preliminary data, I would have to say no. There are
If it's a
no
government, if it's a government grant,
Yeah, because I'm familiar that you cannot.
right?
Several other cities that I've been to in a conference that you cannot. And that's why I just want to make sure that we're aware, and that's the reason I'm asking
Yeah.
Mr. Manny Carrillo, because I am aware that you cannot, but I just wanted to see what the answer was, unless it's different than what I've learned.
And so my ask is if the organization, because it is private, if they can lower the fees as long as there's proof that they are Baldwin Park residents,
Mayor,
we can add that to that.
all right, I just wanted to add to I think it's a great idea, and I think it's a great example of a public-private partnership that would benefit the youth. I mean, we've already done those as we just were at the youth workforce program, where those are public-private partnerships. Yeah, so maybe county and state grants may not be applicable to a situation like this, but other things may be. So maybe Baldwin Park dollars or similar program to that of like Yiffy, where we're putting in a portion of the cost and subsidizing it. And then, of course, if there's a room for some sort of partnership with the organization, if that's something that they're interested in, that's also a possibility. However.
So nobody else has any questions. I would like to go ahead and move forward with this process with the request of making sure there is a netting and looking into lowering the fees for our Baldwin Park residents, as well as looking into making sure that the trees are going to fit in that area and it's not going to get in the way of the private property, as well as doing maybe another noise study to make sure that the noise coming from there and the lighting is adequate, just to ease their concern and make sure that it is proper.
So your motion is to approve with the planning commissioner's modifications, and then on
Correct.
top of that, the netting,
The netting,
and then a new noise study?
a new noise study.
Now, is a new noise study going to be conducted once they've opened, or?
Nick, can you address that?
I think if we were gonna do a new noise study, I think that would
It would
make
have to be
sense.
done.
Yeah, that would make sense. Then you'd be checking something different from what they've already checked.
Mm-hmm. And then also to see if they can provide lower fees for our Baldwin Park residents, as long as they have proof, make sure all that is in the contract, proof of residency. So because I know for a fact our residents would not be able to afford a facility like that. And we do have a lot of talent in the city of Baldwin Park. And would be great if we could tell them, look, you're a Baldwin Park resident, these are the fees for you because you live in the city of Baldwin Park. And that would be a great partnership, and you can start partnering with our city, as Councilmember Estrada said. That we cannot. Okay. We can explore, exactly. We will put the right wording. That is my motion.
And then the mature trees, making sure that
They're going to fit in that 10-foot,
no Zocalo trees, the mature trees.
no Zocalo
Okay.
trees.
I
And
will
that's a joke
second-
because the Zocalo trees are small.
I will second your motion.
May I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Ayala,
No.
Councilmember Estrada,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Damian,
Yes.
Mayor Avila.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0.
I just want to emphasize, I'd rather have a soccer field than a cannabis or any other business there that would actually put our community in danger. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, don't you have the housing authority? But there was a third.
No, there's nothing. Not the first meeting. Next one, the next one.
Nothing. So now we may adjourn our meeting at 11:22. Have a good night, everyone. Almost good morning.